Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. We are starting our first plenary session of the Project Design Session 2020. In order to begin, I would like to introduce the members of the expert board, which we haven't had a chance to introduce before that. So I will ask you to just say a couple of words about yourself using the mic, right? We are trying to use the mic all the time here because they have translation. So without translation, people will not hear you. So the first person on the expert board is Alexei Greenbaum. Alexei.
Thanks, hello. My name is Alexei Greenbaum. I work in Paris at CA, which is a scientific research institute. So that gives you an idea that I've been doing science, I've been doing physics, but I've become a philosopher of science. So I do philosophy of physics and I do ethics of new technologies, mostly these days ethics of artificial intelligence and information technology. Looking forward to hearing all your talks.
Thank you very much. Barbara Eagle.
Hello everyone, Barbara Eagle. My affiliation is with management. I was trained as an economist, but now I'm expertise is in innovation and entrepreneurship. Right now I'm stationed at the Moscow School of Management, but the last 32 years I have been living at Thailand, Bangkok, and worked with the Asian Institute of Technology, a postgraduate institution that has been created to stop the brain drain of Southeast Asian students going to Canada and US and Australia and so on. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Mahil Kaestra.
Thank you. Hello. Some of you I've already met. Mahil Kaestra. I'm a philosopher of science at the University of Amsterdam. It's Institute for Interdisciplinary Studies. My fields are philosophy of interdisciplinarity and philosophy of cognitive neuroscience. I've been the chair of the Association for Interdisciplinary Studies for a couple of years. And I'm really very excited to seeing your interdisciplinary endeavors in the next few days.
Yes, thank you. Then there is Amit Joharichi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amit Joharichi. I'm working here as an associated professor in Tyumen State University. I'm working on insects. I'm entomologist. And I'm working on mites associated with the insects and interaction. So it's mine.
All right. Then we have Victor Wachstein. Yeah, you need the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Wachstein. I'm a sociologist. My background is in social theory. So I'm doing mainly micro-sociological analysis, using it in urban studies and science and technology studies. So nice to meet you.
All right, and Sasha Shapoval.
I understand why are we so dispersed. Hello to everybody. My name is Sasha. I'm from High School of Economics. My PhD is from Moscow State University, where I was trained as a mathematician. My postdoc is in Trieste, Center of Theoretical Physics. And my current projects deal with computer science, applications to climate change, solar activity. What should I do with the microphone?
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. So what's going to happen now is we are going to have our 4 teams given a presentation. I would like to remind you that the rule is that the presentation cannot be longer than 15 minutes. So please keep the time. And after that, we have a long discussion. So the center really of a team presentation is not the presentation itself, but the following discussion. This is the first attempt, right? So the first time these teams are going to try to formulate their projects. And after that, we are going to have a discussion, and I want to just warn everybody that this is not a kind of American-style conference discussion that everybody says nice words about everything, right? So we try to be open, we try to be critical, because our goal is to test these projects on how resilient they are to criticism and how stable they are, how strong they are, right? So please don't take it. It's nothing personal about that. We don't doubt anyone's expertise as scholars. But being a good scholar doesn't mean you can do a good multidisciplinary project with these people on this topic, right? So we are not challenging anyone's expertise as scholars, but we will be challenging the projects that we will be proposing here. And we do that in order to help you maybe tomorrow reformulate something, maybe change the team, maybe just do something different, so that by Sunday we have 4 or maybe even more excellent projects here and we can hire everybody and everybody is happy, right? So please don't take anything as a personal offense or as a kind of, criticism. I urged our expert board that everybody here to be critical and to be open, but please don't take anything personal, right? So this is just the style of communication we do at plenary sessions here. This is just the sort of the instruments we use, right? Okay, so in the first team I would like to invite here is humans and AIs, in plural. So please, the team come here. And
mics are there.
no, mics are over there. Yeah, there are 2 of them.
Hello? Okay. So I'm presenting our project, Humans and AIs. There are 2 online members of our group, so that is why you only see 4. So it's me, Alexander. I'm an economist, and I'm an experimental economist. And we had Hede, who is a computer scientist. We have Rita, who is philosopher, Vincenzo, who is also a philosopher. Then we have online, we have Tyumen, who is psychologist. And then we also have Martin, who is another computer scientist. So that's kind of pretty much summarizes the interdisciplinarity, thank you, that we have. So we have kind of computer scientists, but then who go with social sciences and psychology kind of and economics. And also we do have philosophers, so we kind of can interpret and get ideas from kind of philosophy field. So that's a short summary of how it is the interdisciplinarity works. I was not clicking anything. Okay, so our research question, just to kind of put it out there, the summary, and that is what AI blueprint is needed for deciding about human lives. So that has a lot in it that we'll be kind of unpacking during the presentation as well as the discussion. But essentially, it's the AI and building AI and what existing AI do when they affect humans kind of currently as well as in the future. And what are the implications might be through ethics and other things. So that's kind of the summary of the research question. So we've kind of, with this research, we do have common ground that all of us kind of agree, and it deals with essentially AI and how it interacts with humans. So first, that AI is already there and already affects us kind of through multiple ways because there are multiple types of AI that I'm going to talk about. Another thing, that AI is already here and it's not going anywhere, that its effects on us are already irreversible. It's just going to kind of get more and more complicated, more and more into our lives, and with each year you can notice that it kind of affects humans more and more as it gets developed. However, there are some limitations in the AI decision making, and potentially it can kind of, when it becomes too human, it might actually make errors like humans. So that's kind of an important issue that we agree on. Kind of another kind of background, that there is a plurality of AI. You might think about different kind of AI instances like Tesla and all the kind of translation, the helping devices, and all the kind of recognition devices, all the machine learning. So there are lots and lots of different AIs, and there are different dimensions of how we can classify them. Some of them are more social subjects, and you interact with them as if they're humans. So like, especially elderly people, they talk to these kind of helping devices that kind of, what is the weather? And elderly people say thank you when it answers. So it's a real social interaction that is kind of absorbed in the real world. And different interactions, some are more social, some are less social. But nevertheless, that's one of the dimensions to classify AI and how it interacts with humans. Some AIs are very specialized, so they're only good in one thing and not good in other. And also, as I mentioned, there is different ways of how it interacts with humans. Now going to our kind of infrastructure and multidisciplinarity. So this is kind of an approximate flow of how our project is designed. However, kind of just one note that kind of the names are put into and arrows, they mark kind of the highest proportion of the impact of the particular person. So Vincenzo will be involved in AI stage also, but his primarily role is in this kind of implications and hypotheses. So let me describe it quickly. So first, we need some background. So all research needs some background, some starting point. So for us, it's the AI background. So what is the current state of AI? There are multiple classifications of existing AI and existing AI generations. So that's the background that computer scientists can provide with. The difference between Martin's approach and Heda's approach is that these kind of AI can move to different directions. It can become more human-like, which is Heda's direction, or it might be getting just better in what it's doing without kind of any attempt to be, or not focusing on an attempt to be more human. So these are different kind of approaches on the same problem, but they provide us with background, as well as contributing to other pieces, as I said. Then this background allows us to construct hypotheses, which comes both from the background, but also with what philosophers can help us with. And again, Vincenzo and they have different kind of, and Rita, they have different kind of opinions and different specialization within philosophy. So it's the complementarity that we need. And so that's how our hypothesis works. But then we can test this hypothesis with experiments. And again, with experiments, we can do different things. I can provide with more economic experiments and using our techniques, and Tyumen can provide us with psychology experiments. And these experiments, they provide data to analyze and interpret and generate applications that, again, Rita and Vincenzo will be primarily doing. But then we have this kind of loop that as we develop these kind of experiments and implications, they give us an idea for new hypotheses and new experiments. And so that's the process of refining these AI blueprints and how it affects the humans. So that's our infrastructure. And as I said, it's very multidisciplinary in the sense that you remove kind of one bubble and the whole project becomes much, much worse because these bubbles are linked to each other. They're not just some components that you can easily remove. We rely on each other in this project. So what is surprising and new? So there are multiple things that we can point out. So first, there is a kind of an issue of what is the better, what is better means. And there are different kind of point of views, and they are not kind of fully investigated currently, and we will be investigating them in different ways. So as I said, even in pure computer science, there are different approaches, better meaning more human-like, or better meaning it does the job more correctly. But also there are better in terms of ethics and other dimensions that I've already talked about. And ethics is actually one of the kind of new things in our project, that ethics is kind of, because AI affects humans, there is a question of ethics and how can AI be ethical and also how it affects it. So there are kind of two directions from ethics to AI and backwards. Another advantage that we're not linked to any kind of businesses. We're not Facebook, we're not Google. So our research is more neutral and we can kind of drive our conclusions more neutrally and more generally and talk about AI. Another thing that we involve in experiments and real interactions between AI and humans, which is also not very common. And we are doing it not only with current AI structures, but also the ones that are being developed and relatively new. So we're trying to be proactive with our experiments and our tests of AI. And last but not least, we also investigate social implications, kind of things beyond ethics. Because again, AI affects humans, and so there is the social element to it, and it affects the society as well. And we can talk about economic implications as part of it. So kind of the last thing, which is a new thing, but we answered it, kind of based on disciplines pretty much, that there are these things that might work as obstacles for us that we have from our disciplines, might work as obstacles doing this project, and so we try to emphasize on them and to pin down those. So for Martin Hede, it's the traditional linear models of knowledge production. So when you have kind of background hypothesis, kind of analysis results, but we have this kind of loop structure that our implications feed back into hypotheses, and so it's not just one line that you do. So Vincenzo and Rita, that's the idea that knowledge, understanding, and ethics are confined to human agency. So we are actually, because we are looking at AI and the interaction, we also analyze this aspect. Tyumen, so here that not everything should be quantified, because we will be talking about these interactions, they might not be as quantifiable as other things. And for myself, as an economist, I need to be more open to kind of philosophical views and kind of thought experiments and these things, which in economics are not really used, because they're treated as kind of not enough evidence. So I need to be more open to these types of evidence as well. So that's pretty much the summary of our project of humans and AIs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, who wants to ask the first question? Yeah, Barbara, please. Yeah, they need.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for a very inspiring scenario of future understanding of AI. My major question is really about the research design or the methodology. You said something about methods, but I think it is good to think we need to diversify away from traditional quantitative, data-driven, linear research process to produce knowledge. How will you tackle the methodological issues? How will you integrate the methodologies? Because you want to have integrated findings. Or will you use different methodologies with methods attached, combine the findings that come out from these different approaches? How will it work?
Hi, yeah, thank you for the question. I think at this point we will probably begin by just allowing our different findings to sort of influence you know, the different segments of the project. But I mean, hopefully, as this, you know, as sort of Heda's research feeds into what I'm doing and it starts to loop back, you know, maybe something a bit more unified in terms of a methodology will kind of evolve out of that. But I think just sort of as a first step, we're just going to explore how our particular findings can feed the research questions of, you know, each arm of the project.
Yes, following on this, of course, first of all, it's all about how we mean by interdisciplinarity and whether we can always necessarily integrate methodologies in order to have a proper interdisciplinary project. We can say that some parts or some methods can be integrated, but what is really important in this project is also the focus. Like, for instance, sometimes or oftentimes a computer scientist might design something, and then afterward they'll try to assess what the impact of that particular thing can be. Here, the thinking about the impact on the basis of previous experiments made by looking at the interaction between humans and artificial intelligence will be already part of the constructing hypothesis.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. I was thinking that methodologies are also evolving and that you can help to innovate them. And one way is abduction an interaction between data-driven evidence and new questions generated in an explorative way.
Yeah.
And then we have this experiment that Alexander is very keen to develop. So I think action research is another major methodological innovation in research methodology that could help you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So Alexei and then Mihail.
May I add one thing?
Yes.
So pretty much the fact that we are going to combine kind of the standard methodology or standard for economists with non-standard, that was the point that I made for unlearning, that I need to be open because it's an integral part of our research program that we are going to mix methodologies.
Thank you. I'm actually going to ask a complementary question to Barbara's because she was talking about methodology and I'm going to talk about content. Indeed, the area of ethical, social, even economical implications of the use of our AI systems is huge, right? You can talk about things like labor markets, you can talk about things like chatbots, the things you mentioned, the chatbots that people talk to, you can talk about autonomous vehicles, many, many things. So always looking for some specifics, like what kind of topics, not maybe 1,000 different topics, but what kind of topics you guys seem to be mentioning, you guys seem to be interested in. And one of the things, and I had a hard time, frankly, finding specifics, but one of the things that I've heard is, or was rather, that AI systems make errors, make mistakes like humans. I think you mentioned that. And actually, to me, well, that's an interesting observation. I used to tell my students, AI systems make mistakes, but not like humans do. In that sense, there is this whole big area of, I would say, inhuman element in the human-machine interaction. How would you, from your different perspectives, deal with this problem of inhuman element? They do things not like humans do them.
Yeah, that's exactly one of the points that I would like to make. So my focus is on human-like AI, and we've been talking about should AI be more reliable, which is what Martin says, so that's our discussion, or should it be more human-like, which has a number of advantages, but then it may not be perfect. So that would be my point, as I come from a cognitive science perspective. So the type of AI I would actually put forward is less perfect in terms of the. So it's not superhuman. Maybe it has more strengths, like it can lift somebody easily. But it may make mistakes that are human mistakes. And for instance, from a legal point of view, one could say, in terms of liability, for instance, if I have a system that makes human-like mistakes, it's more trustworthy because I can predict what kind of mistakes it will make. Maybe it sees something and then it crashes into a number of cars because it thought that's a child or something. And then it will be superior in terms of maybe being a little bit faster. But nevertheless, it may have preferences for the child that is the family's child, which it knows, for instance. So it would be more trustworthy for the people who, let's say, own the car.
I think Tyumen has also, and Martin, right? Can we actually get them connected? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it works.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to chip in what Hedas just said. So as a buyer, if you have AI to purchase, you want to have something reliable. But as she said, if you have to deal with AI, you want something trustworthy, even if it makes mistakes. So it's that's I think what Alexander said earlier, that marketers' point, and as well as the economic impact. Is there like a social responsibility for AI to be good, and something that can be questioned, and something that's what we want to actually test, perhaps?
Right, and Martin?
So I think one of the advantages of our group composition is that on some aspects we really have complementary views. Do you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, we do, but there is some kind of feedback.
So there's one view on human-like AI, another view on making AI more reliable. And maybe, those two views can be reconciled if you look at the kinds of applications that you are aiming at. So I think that in some contexts, unreliable systems are not acceptable. And in other contexts, let's say, nurses, so automated nurses in a hospital, for example, cannot do without this human aspect, yes? And exploring exactly which kind of application areas need which kind of AI is one of the important issues. And I think that all participants of our group can somehow come into play when discussing this question. Yes, so it's a question of discussing social acceptability. So that is a more an empirical question. But it's also a theoretical question. So what kind of development will lead to which situations? And that is something that is difficult to predict just on an empirical basis. Yes.
Okay, I think we should move on to the next question. It will be Mahil.
Thank you so much. Thanks for an interesting project. I've got, I think, two questions which are related and address both the humans and the AI. Given the figure that we just saw, I observed that AI is left without any feedback loop. So it seems that you are thinking about AI developing without any influence from the implications, etc. So that's my first question. Why don't you have any feedback onto the development of AI? And something similar actually holds for the human part. So I didn't find the humans back in your figure, and you are focused on better AI, but as some transhumanist authors are arguing, we might also need better humans. Or in other words, we need to prepare ourselves and our future generations to interact in a much smoother and more expert-like way with AI. So I was wondering, why did you leave both AI and the humans actually out of the loop?
Yes, actually, they are not out of the loop. I mean, I'm not sure whether we could go back to the slide, but apart from the horizontal slides, which went from generating hypothesis experiments and then the reflections, there were also some lateral arrows which actually feed back on the generation of hypotheses. Someone is
not on the AI.
Well, the AI, the hypothesis concern the construction of AI. So that was the AI part. So probably it was not clear enough, but that was precisely what you said, it what we had in mind when we actually did this project. Then, when we talk about how to make a better AI, this very term better depends on what you need the AI for. So a better AI to do what? And you can understand that only if you don't look only at the AI device in themselves, but if you look at the relation between humans and AI. You can design AI device which can mimic empathy, for instance. But whether that AI device is actually good at doing that, it can be understood only when you put it into practice and you look at the relation that humans can have with AI. So in that context, you can understand whether that piece of AI is actually better for that kind of task. And of course, because we are putting, so the origin of this project is to look at the relation between AI and humans. So of course, it's a two-way relation. So.
Yeah, I would also add there is this layering, and both Xian and me, we are cognitive scientists, and Vincenzo is epistemologist. So there is this this group of topics on the deeper level, not just the surface level, but looking into the deeper level of what the system is doing, not just the behaviors, right? Yeah.
I think Soon has a hand, right?
Yes, I think it's a great point. You're right. I think we should. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay, good. So I think it's a great point that we really should focus on how to prepare humans. It's not that we're missing, but I think we can emphasize more. And also, I believe humans, we are focusing on more, at this point, we're focusing on how humans receive AI, right? But that, I think, can be further developed into how humans can be educated as well, right? Yes. That's something to, something perhaps we can take a next step, as a next step, you know? But right now, we're focusing on how, and because when there's AI, people may feel threatened. At the same time, you know, they get hacked. But if you imagine there's some superior being that they can do everything, how are we going to deal with them? That's one part we are particularly focusing, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I think we should really limit the number of answers to each question, otherwise we will never finish with asking questions, right? So let's limit to 2 or 3 answers per each question. So I think next one is Artyom and then Victor.
Thank you. The subject is certainly fascinating, but from the research design, what I didn't really catch was the problem that you're trying to resolve. Do you actually have a concern? Do you actually have a puzzle? What goes wrong in the world of artificial intelligence? Because you just said that it exists, so if it exists, why bother? Particularly, I assume there are teams like yours that have been doing artificial intelligence for decades, and they are experts in this field. So if there are no problems, let them do their work and not interfere with it. And a related substantive question, a prompt, is what is your theory of a human being? If you're trying to emulate a human being with the help of wires, then naturally the question emerges, what is a human being? How is it different from a machine? Or maybe it's not different, but there is something to it that has not been incorporated into computers. I think this is really the thrust of the artificial intelligence studies. And I haven't heard anything about it. Plus, there are philosophers here. I understand this is not your field, but the question is really, what is your philosophical anthropology?
So I think we have 3 people who are concerned with the human cognitive perspective, at least 3 people. So that's Xian and Vincenzo and myself. So we've actually been looking at the human perspective, and I've been doing AI for 20 years. So.
Yeah, thank you. That was big question. I'm going to just try to answer the first part. One of the things that we thought was sort of novel about this project is that we are, in fact, bringing in philosophical analysis into the experimental model. Oftentimes, I mean, I might be overgeneralizing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but oftentimes this type of research, it happens in isolation from each other. I mean, I rarely have the opportunity to interact with a cognitive scientist on ethical issues. And so we're going to be, our findings, our ethical findings will be feeding back into Hedda's project. And, it may very well change the direction of the research that she's taking. It might, make her decide to go one direction rather than another. So, your question about, what is the ethical dimension, or how do philosophers... No.
Artem, use the microphone, please.
My question was not about the ethical dimension.
Artem, use the microphone.
My question was, my intelligence is still too natural. I don't know how to use microphone. The anthropology, right? You know what anthropology is? It's about humans, what they are. It's a philosophical field, very rich one. I assume that to simulate a human being, you need to know what a human being is. You need a theory about it. Is it a zoon, logon, echon? Is this a Dasein? You need to say something about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Vincenzo and Vincenzo takes more of a metaphysics approach. Well, epistemology, but okay, so, you can ask ontological questions about, what is a human, what is the nature of being a human. In fact, I think Michael mentioned something about post-humans, transhumanism, right? Yeah, no, I mean, these are important questions. So there is that metaphysical question that something like a philosopher can at least initiate an interesting discussion on that. And it's not like we're going to come up with a definitive answer and then we're going to print it out and take it to Hedda and say, here, you need to follow this. This has to be fed into your research. But I mean, certainly, the metaphysics of what a human is, extremely important question, and the ethics. But these are the implications that we're going to be trying to actually build in to the construction of AI at the front end of the model, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, probably we start from a very modest beginning, right? So we don't want to give, we don't have any particular rigid presupposition on what a human is, because actually, our idea, in a sense, is that by looking at the interaction between humans and artificial intelligence, we can learn a little bit more about both. So instead of imposing, because there've been researches about let's design new cybernetic robots as if they were Heideggerian design, and they were not always successful about that. So instead of imposing a rigid philosophical anthropology, we are doing a philosophical anthropology on the making.
Okay, Victor.
First of all, thank you so much for this presentation. I have 3 questions, but they're all connected to one, and this one is about your conceptual resources and your theoretical languages, because as I understood, you're all from different disciplines, and your theoretical optics are, of course, deeply enrooted in your theories that you use. Of course, we didn't expect that in 1 hour you will produce a new interdisciplinary Esperanto, but at least just to understand how will you bridge gaps. And I'm particularly interested in 3 gaps. First is a gap between ethical, philosophical, deontological questions about better AI and very empirical research questions, how actually it works and how those concepts connect with each other. So that's what, for example, you were asking. So there is a bit lack of information, how will you bridge philosophy and empirical research. Second is a gap between different levels of generalization, because when you are discussing human-AI interaction, which is a huge field, of course, and how people interact with AI, it's one level of generalization, this micro level, let's put it this way. But then when you step forward and talk about social and ethical implications for humanity, it's another level of generalization. I'm not sure that you can extract social implications for humanity from experiments analyzing human-machine interaction. And the third is about your epistemological framework, what actually is dependent and what is independent variables in your research. Because now it looks like that AI is already taken as something out there, existing, developing, already being framed as independent variable, and human and social implication and ethical implication for that, of this. Is dependent variable that you're going to study how this development will affect this and this social system. So also there is a bit gap between different levels, right? So I'm interested particularly in those three gaps. How will you try to bridge them? Thank you.
So, yeah, so my answer kind of answers at least two gaps that you mentioned, but also it adds up to your question, because I didn't have kind of room to answer time-wise. So the answer is how the economic experiments work. So the breaching, so I mean, ultimately that's about external validity, what you said at the last point, that micro level, macro level. So the independent kind of independent variables, same thing. So kind of connected thing. So experiments, they allow to see these kind of causal relationships. So we can design experiments that's why they exist. They allow us to impose kind of changes to the environment externally, so we know that if there is a causal relationship or not. Right? So we...
And that was exactly my question, because this is a symbol of faith in your discipline. I'm not sure that everyone can now sign up for this idea of causality in experimental settings, especially philosophers who are doing ethics.
But that's the thing, that is why we will be discussing the experimental design together. I just want to give you an example that these dimensions that we discuss, how social it is, how kind of black boxy it is, that's the thing that we can tweak as a dimension in the experiment. And again, kind of feeding to the previous question, is that the specific thing that we might start with is kind of advising AI. That AI gives you an advice, it might be a wrong advice, and it might be a black box, but that's exactly what we're going to tweak and to see the differences. So we're not analyzing kind of, experiments are not telling you that's the truth. They're telling you that when you change something in the world, there might be a change in how humans respond or how AI responds, and that's we will see this difference if it exists. So that's the value on kind of external validity, as well as kind of the practical implications and specifics.
All right. I think Seun also has an answer. Okay, yes, please.
Yeah. Is it okay? Okay. So I think it's a great question. So you said that we kind of assume AI exists. But the thing is, AI have been existing, but I don't think I mean, there were the sci-fi movies and talk about like how threatening it is. That's all, that was all in the past. It was never a real threat in the past. It was something that existed in our imagination. But now, there are actual threats. Have you watched this Go competition between AI and I don't remember his name, but Go is some sort of like a test, So there's actually possibility that, that actual fact that AI can is outbeating human. So that threat became actually, touchable. Like we can actually, touch it, and then we can actually feel it. So that's why I think this kind of study is very important now. It became, I think, more real. But difference between human and AI, at this point, human can actually make a mistake. I had this conversation with Heather a couple about a week ago or something. Humans are allowed to make a mistake, and we are encouraged to. But even when AI become like a human, I don't know if it, personally, as a psychologist, I don't think, as a psychologist, I'm not sure if it's really possible. That's my doubt, but some may disagree, even within our group. That's something that we want to figure out, you know? And humans can disrupt themselves. There's a saying, I think, by some French actor, I think. He said that I have the right to destroy myself. You know, but can AI do that their own? Unless they're programmed by human at this point, they can't do it. So that's something that I think we can bridge between philosophy and cognitive science at this point. Thank you.
Right. I think Alexei has a comment. It's about that, right? It's related. So let's give him a mic.
Yeah, I have just a very, very short follow-up question on Victor, because Victor was raising some excellent points. Guys, you're talking about an interdisciplinary project on AI. I actually have not heard about any role of engineers in your project. Where are the engineers?
Oh, Martin, do you want to start? We can't hear you, Martin.
We can't hear you. 1 second. We need your sound on.
Yes, now I've put my phone.
Now it's fine.
Yes, we are two computer scientists, and I mean, we each come from different backgrounds, and of course, an engineering enterprise in such a setting is difficult. That is nothing that we should sort of try to hide. If you compare the manpower that Google can put into building up a system, then with two persons we effectively cannot compete with them on an equal basis. That is quite a clear thing. So I mean, we are both, so Hedda and I, involved in communities that work on AI, and of course we will keep an interaction with these communities. But nevertheless, so if we try to work full-time on technical issues, then we could not collaborate in an interdisciplinary setting. Yes, so this is a difficulty.
Yeah, for my part, since I would identify as a cognitive scientist with AI methodology. So I work on a cognitive architecture that has particular properties and is designed to be similar to a human brain model, and that means it has actually lower requirements in terms of computing power, for instance. So we don't need Google's data centers, and in fact that's one of the points that there are different versions of AI. We've identified at least 5 different types of AI. There is the traditional logic-based symbolic, then the machine learning subsymbolic. Those are existing models. Then we have explainable AI, what's happening right now, and then we have what the transhumanists and artificial super intelligence people are doing, these kind of huge data center AIs. So we will study each of those models, and then also my own one, my own cognitive architecture that will be informed by our collective studies. And for instance, for ethics, we'll be discussing about how different ethical models. So currently, I'm working with an empathy-based model by Green, and as a goal. But that's one of the things we'll will be discussing. So that will really be a circle there.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Yeah, so let's try to make our answers shorter, right? Because we really need some ground to cover before the time ends up. Jonathan, please.
Thank you. My question could be very silly because I have almost no knowledge about AI, but I was wondering, what kind of operational definitions are you working on of artificial and of intelligence? In a sense, what's artificial about intelligence? Can there be artificial intelligence outside of computers? If we create intelligent designs in an artificial environment, is it artificial? Is academia artificial intelligence? And the other question I was having is, when you talk about humans, I have the idea like where I needs to be more human. I imagine you're mostly thinking of an individual human being, but we are mostly social beings. So if it's supposed to become more human, is it supposed to be social with other AIs? Or, as I said, silly question.
It's supposed to be social. What?
Is it also supposed to be a social being?
Yes. The short answer is yes. On the basis of the conversation that we had with Hedda and on the next generation artificial intelligence, there will be actual artificial intelligent devices which will develop individual differences. Therefore, we could even say that they have got their own personality. And of course, the way in which we notice that they will have their different personality is by looking at the social interactions that they will have with humans. And to go back to your first question, well, I don't know, probably there are some discussions on ecology, whether an ecological niche is intelligent because it's kind of, yeah, of course, that's outside the reach of this project. Here we are looking at artificial intelligence. What we insist, in fact, even the title of our project is Humans and Artificial Intelligence with an S at the end. We are rather pluralist on what, so different devices which are defined as artificial intelligence, they can be intelligent in different ways. So we adopt a very pluralist approach based on the 4 or 5 kinds of artificial intelligence that Edda has explained us.
Yeah, just one note. That's also why where the experiments are going to inform that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Sasha and then Louis.
I feel myself a little bit controversial. First, I'm happy to follow this story, this project. Human being, what is human being? Our contacts with artificial intelligence, it's exciting and broad. Everybody agrees it's really exciting, but broad. And I admit that I'm a little bit conservative, but I would expect, even at this stage, some specific hypotheses or specific methods, just, well, as first idea. And if you can specify something, because, well, it's difficult to believe that within years, not decades, we will understand a human being as phenomenon. It's all details, probably some parts, and what are these parts? Okay.
Yeah, I think we actually had this question before, so you can just take it as a suggestion for the next step. Or do you want to really add something?
I'd like to answer it.
All right.
So I already mentioned one specific thing, that the advising, that the AI can advise people on decision making, might make mistakes. right? And there is this kind of black box aspect to it. So one interaction that we can test, and we can, like, specific thing, is how this kind of, whether or not you can verify what AI tells you or not, how this affects the reaction of humans to these advices. Do they follow them more or less, and kind of what changes this following thing. And another another specific example that we can look at evolution of kind of human interactions, and because when it goes to kind of ethics, that if AI is distributing wealth and has this prescription of how to distribute wealth, and then there are these kind of all the moral and ethical and distributive preferences, and then the society evolves, and the question is how do people react, and also feeds into your question about social interactions, that not only AI with humans, but also human with human, when there is this kind of AI system doing this kind of important advices. So these are very specific kind of design things.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, yes, but we have so many questions. Louis, please.
Yes, my question is actually quite related to the former. You know that ethics in AI is an extremely popular topic, especially in philosophy. I've never seen so many jobs postings for philosophers related to ethics of AI. So, needless to say, a very interesting topic. But do you have already, you know, a strong hypothesis on what would be your, you know, unique selling proposition? What is your main hypothesis? I think that you actually will need, pretty much from the start, to have a strong hypothesis how to make AI ethical, to put things in very simple words, and to make you imagine a little bit better. Imagine that in X years there will not be Mr. Trump as President of the United States, but there will be an AI system, and you will be the team who will decide, who will make the decision to make it ethical. What is your main you know, hypothesis at the moment? I think that Hedda has been already working a little bit along these lines, but anyone who has an idea there, I would be very interested to hear it.
Maybe I can answer that. So there seem to be two dimensions to the ethical question. I mean, we can ask, you know, what is ethical AI? And we can also ask, what can we learn about ethics and morality from AI? I mean, I think originally AI was developed as a way to understand the human mind more clearly by making a model of it, or, you know, trying to, you know, create like an artificial intelligence. Tells us, you know, if we can figure out how to make it, then that tells us something about intelligence very generally. And I think maybe the same thing about ethics. You know, we can, and that is in fact one of the things that we're hoping Vincenzo and I want to unlearn, that ethical questions are always confined to the human domain. So if we, human agency. So if we begin to look at ethics or ethical questions as they play out in AI, what does that tell us about human ethics? So, you know, a question, something like, you know, determinism. I mean, is it reasonable to hold an AI system accountable morally accountable for decisions that it makes? And if not, why not?
That is a beautiful question, but it's not really answering here my very concrete questions. What are your hypotheses right now to make the AI that will rule the United States in X years ethical? And maybe...
So,
this is a very concrete question, right? Because very many of these teams all over the world, they're working exactly on that. How to make AI ethical, and how will you be visible within this very broad range of teams?
I think that's a very, very interesting question. And so both Martin and me, we've been looking at the problem from a formal methods point of view and scalability point of view. So there is really a question, and my hypothesis, according to my model, would be that you can make let's say you can make a king AI, but you cannot make a perfect AI that cares for everybody. So that would be my concrete hypothesis that would be part
but
of
on
the
a technical level.
We need to move on, right? Dara, and then Liz.
So I just want to corroborate a bit what Louis was telling you. I still can't really understand why this project is adequate for SAS or for Tyumen, because, well, you cannot just nod to comments about action research without really thinking about the consequences of that nod, because you are not here in Tyumen, you are not at the center of an innovation cluster with a focus on AI. There are no developments. There are no Samsung AI research centers. There is nothing here. So the question is, what is your very specific, very unique offer that makes you stand out of hundreds of groups which are dealing with ethics related to AI? And the same stands even stronger for philosophical interpretation of AI, right? Because otherwise, if you do not have that unique proposition, then you will just get lost in this endless sea. This is also why I was very against this topic when Andrei told me about it, because it's very difficult. It's an exciting challenge, but it's very difficult to come up with a question that will actually justify you doing it here, at a very specific institution, in a very specific place, very far from any centers of AI.
So yeah, I think that's actually a very good perspective, and we had that question about CERN type research structures where you have 10,000 of researchers working on one problem, and there are teams that are doing exactly this. So or being built up actually at the moment. There are funds available to other groups. So what we will be doing is in that sense, yeah, very very bold, but also I think. I think we don't have that kind of team and mutual information taking on all sides in other teams.
I was saying that you don't yet, but you might. You were talking about your empathy-based models. Maybe there's something there. Maybe something is hiding at the intersection of your unique expertise, which we still don't actually, we don't see those nodes of intersections. We just see a very generic topic and people coming from different disciplines. But where those disciplines interact exactly would be, I think, places where something interesting might hide.
Yeah, I mean, that's, sorry, can I comment on? Yeah, I mean, that's something that we would like to explore. So one of the reasons why this kind of project is very appropriate to Tyumen is because it's an environment where you can sort of take risks and do exploration. We don't have to have all the gaps figured out, all the answers settled actually before we go into the experimental models. So, you know, I mean, exploration, you just don't know in advance, you know, how it's going to turn out, but it still can be very, very valuable.
Yes, and then, I mean, to go back, for instance, oftentimes we say that there are people who are trying to design in artificial intelligence capable of either possessing or at least mimicking empathy. But what is empathy? This is a philosophical problem, and there are different philosophical definitions of what empathy is. And so you can actually try which of the philosophical definition of empathy can actually be implemented in the artificial intelligence device. The same thing for knowledge, for understanding. There are different views, philosophical views of what it means to understand. So these views can actually inform future projects for the construction of an artificial intelligent device which can understand in a particular sense of the concept. That to answer the second part of your question. The first part of your question is more, why this project is good here, that we are far away from all the others. And, you gave us some research lines. One of that was artificial intelligence and society. And so we assumed that this was a good place to pursue such a research, because you told us that you wanted us to work in such a line of research. So it's more a criticism. Okay.
Yeah, but I can comment on that because I was part of the formulation with our expert board of this direction. So far, it's unclear for me how this project would have benefited if it was like in the middle of Silicon Valley, because it's not clear what they're going to do, right? I mean, okay, imagine like next street there is a Silicon Valley, and what does it change? It's not clear, right? So. Yeah, so far it's not an argument against and also an argument forward, because we still don't, I mean, the team probably, needs to formulate it kind of more clearly in next iteration.
Can I say something about that? Yeah, guys, this is the question when I asked you, where are the engineers in your project? That connects to your pointer. It doesn't mean that you have to sit next door to the engineers, but you need to understand that engineers have a specific mode of thinking, mode of design, and all that stuff. And in your project, you need to interact with engineers, and maybe here you just don't find them, but they should find a place in your project.
I mean, we are two people who are trained as computer engineers. I want to emphasize that my own research is on small-scale AI, which is very much in contrast to the large-scale AI that Silicon Valley is doing, and that we are partially, at least, critical about. We are worried about large-scale AI, artificial superintelligence, data center AI from an economical point of view.
Martin, I think, wants to say something.
That is what we already expressed. I mean, we cannot compete with Google. So because they have a huge manpower, they have a huge financial power, and they have those huge data centers where they have soaked in lots of data, and that is not even what we are trying to imitate somehow. So we are just wondering whether one can also develop another understanding of artificial intelligence. And a kind of artificial intelligence that is maybe more beneficial to mankind than just accumulating data and trying to exploit them, for economic benefits, for example. Yes.
And on all stages of our project and all kind of pieces, we don't need large scales. For experiments, psychological, economic, you don't need many people, and you don't need a large scale AI to test things that we're willing to test, like the different AI types, how they affect the behavior and all these things. You don't need a large scale. So Tyumen is absolutely fine with that.
Good. All right, so let's collect the questions, right? All the questions which are left for the team, and then we'll let the team answer all these questions. So Liz is there. With the mic, please. We need to get you a microphone.
Excuse me if it is very naive, but a lot of people wouldn't like to have artificial intelligence in that way, that to serve them when they are ill, even if they look like a dog and give sounds like a cat. And whether have you mind a sort of action research based on small experiments that just try to figure out what people would like? So perhaps you did that, you want to do that, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'll be collecting questions and then you answer all of them. Ayla?
Okay. Okay, I have a question for Eda. Actually, this is something I was always curious, and it was this occasion that I was supposed to ask, although I met previously with other computer scientists, right? So you said that the artificial intelligence relies on the brain models. Am I correct? Yes. So, what do you mean by brain model, and in which aspect of the brain model do you use as a model?
Okay. Louis has another question, and Munish, right? Is that everybody? And Michael.
So I'm personally interested in your definition of empathy-based AI. And then the next question is empathy enough for ethics? And will you choose between a small-scale, let's say, empathy research-based project, or will you be more ambitious and try to still compete with big companies where the big interests for society lie?
Munish?
My question is in general to all the group members, and what I feel is there has been a lack of discussion regarding trustworthiness of AI, because when we're talking about human interaction with AI, there has to be some kind of a calibration between AI and the human factor. And as you talked about the future of AI, which is involving, artificial general intelligence, AGI, and singularity event, and so on. So we have to be very careful that whether the AI, what kind of advice it is giving, it is pertinent advice. It is not hoodwinking the system. So that also factor need to be thought into. Okay.
Okay, and Mahil.
Right, I have a very modest question. Since you're not competing with Google, etc., with forms of AI that have the ambition to answer all questions, my question will be rather simple. So you're here in Tyumen, in this building, in this square. What very specific form of AI would you like to start on, given that right now it's difficult enough to have an autonomous vehicle or a computer that is best in Go or in chess, or to build expert systems for medical experts or legal scholars? So what very modest but incredibly difficult task will you develop first?
Right, thank you very much. And now we collect the final round of answers to all or any of these questions, please.
So I think with one answer, I'll try to answer 4 questions. So Liz, Louis, Monish, and you. So my answer will be the trust. So the advising and the trust, kind of their combination. So the AI that gives you an advice, but at the same time, it might be obvious or not obvious whether or not you can explain and trust this AI. So whether or not you can verify that this advice came through some specific sequence of actions, or it's a black box. And that's kind of with the president example, right? So our specific hypothesis that I might talk about from the beginning about the trust, so it's all of you, that's the fact that you can verify this advice or redistribution law that the president gives, the fact that you can verify what this logic comes from, it increases the willingness of people to accept that AI gives them advice. That the fact that you can trace down how this advice was created, not just a black box, okay, you distribute wealth like this, and some people are really upset about it. So hopefully I answered all of them.
Yeah, so I'm going to just try to answer it, Lise. Yeah, so that was a good question. I think one of the things that we'll be interested in doing is sort of exploring some of the assumptions about AI, and this sort of ties into the question at the very beginning of our discussion about what counts as better AI. You were sort of suggesting that we might be a little bit skeptical about certain services that AI might be giving us. They might be dehumanizing and degrading, and we just think that, well, it's, they just provide a service and that should just be self-explanatory and just wonderful. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to explore the assumptions of actually making AI and, whether or not they really, in fact, do make our lives better. Yeah.
Can I chip in?
Yes.
Okay, Heather, you go for, okay, can I? Okay. So there are actually some, I mean, this is related to previous questions as well. So why, this is, someone said that we are doing exact study like other people. That's, I think, if that's so, I mean, please let us know what you mean by exact study. There are some researchers trying to understand morality around the AI system these days. That hasn't been that long, however, I believe. And this is linked with the human look like AI, the question, one of the questions. So there are some research institutions, especially in Japan, I believe, there are some researchers, they not only make AI, but more of a conversation level at this point, but based on big data, I believe. I actually met him when I went to conference. The reason they're doing it is because Japan is getting older age-wise, so they want to make AI to be able to connect with the people and replace kind of space that there's not enough people, I guess. And it's cheaper in that way too. For those certain countries, developed countries have to pay more, wage. So that's not our attempt, however. So that links with the last question, one of the last questions, that how are we going to test this? Like, are we going to, what level of AI are we going to test? Like, is it car or service? I think at this point, based on our conversation, it will be social interaction, as Alexandra said as well. So it's like how they're gonna AI can interact like with a human. It can be more like human, or it can be more practical aspect. I'm not an expert in computer science, but I worked in translator, kind of sort of AI, early stage of AI, translating, and then people use the translator to communicate task with other person. In that case, we found that it's better to be either really simple or very complicated. In between didn't really help people to understand the other party's intention, because it's confusing in that way. But at this point, the reason we want to conduct this study and this project at Tyumen is because we believe that Tyumen actually pursue interdisciplinary environment and will support our research better than anywhere else. Perhaps Martin can, or Hedda can continue. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was a question on the actual deeper content, and I can't explain how the whole thing works in this scenario, but my expertise is on the middle layer between perception and reasoning. So we quite well understand how we get from perceptual input, from sensory input to the symbol, to the reasoning, and then we can do something with it and then produce some output like this is a cow or something. But what was difficult so far was how do we get back from, let's say, I have this idea about how the solar system should look like, to an image, to an understanding. Or for empathy, I conclude with a consequentialist analysis. For instance, these will be the consequences, and then it goes back through that layer, and there is an empathic reaction. So we have the cognitive empathy and the affection part. So there is a real bodily reaction. So if we have that pathway back, and this is actually what my research is about, this pathway back, and what would be unique about our another uniqueness.
Yeah.
And then just 1 second. Then we can, because that was the question. So that's a small scale thing that we can do. That because not, I mean, there is a danger of monopolies, right? And trust. So do I want to, for instance, location-aware systems are nice to have, but I have to volunteer my privacy. If I have a robot that helps me in the home, I'm old, I have to volunteer my privacy when it helps me to wash. I think those are serious questions that you don't have with small-scale AI, which is where we will discuss about the socio-economic, socio-ethical part. Sorry.
Yeah, Vincenzo, do you really have to add something?
One of Louis' question, he asked whether empathy is enough for ethics. So there are some philosophical theories which define empathy as a recognition of the similar, or at least a recognition, and other philosophical theories which take a recognition as the basis for ethics. So there are artificial intelligence systems that are capable of analyzing very, very big data, but without discriminating across these big data, whereas the kind of work that that is doing is looking at artificial intelligence systems that maybe they don't have this extreme computational force and power, but they are able to focus, distinguish, discriminate, and in a sense recognize who to care about. So whether empathy is sufficient for ethics is an open question, but we can take it to be at least necessary for ethics.
Okay, thank you very much. We really ran out of time with your team, but maybe we'll hear tomorrow more of you. Thank you. And our next team before the break is the rise, maintenance, and consequences of polarization. Please.
Yes, can I start? You're still missing Safi? All right. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our projects, the rise, maintenance, and consequences of polarization. We are 6 members. Liz, who is a biology researcher, Siavesh, who is a philosopher, mostly focusing on theories of Vygotsky and materialists approaches, Dimitri, who has both PhD in law and political sciences, Valerie, who is a sociologist interested mostly in formal and mathematical models, and Safi, who is a sociologist working mostly on historical approaches. Myself, I'm a social anthropologist interested mostly in questions of identity, social identities. We conceptualize the title in a way that gives us a possibility of both descriptive or analytical research and normative or prescriptive, both research and action and interaction beyond academia. And is the slide changing? All right. Our main research question has several parts. We're interested in what is polarization, how it emerges, how it is maintained, and what are its consequences. Which, of course, as you can already see, is very broad and allows us to have a scope of different both timescales, different structures of society, and different methodological approaches. We have a common ground, so we structured our presentation around the questions which we are supposed to answer. A common ground is human and social differences. So we are interested in human differences on both biological and genetical levels, and going up to differences in interactions between individuals at the table, the dinner table, and differences between states and large-scale structures and institutions, of course, as Safi always tells me to recall. We are interested in how those differences transform and change over time and contextually in different situations. We identified different themes. This list, of course, is the preliminary list, which we'll need to expand and become more precise. This is what we have identified so far, the different issues over which we can construe a transdisciplinary project. So one of our first and major concerns is with the erroneous views of human differences in sciences in our different respective disciplines and the political consequences. So we are, to give you one example, we are interested in how notions of difference from biology could be incorporated in other sciences, and how notions of difference in terms of culture or nation and so on are then being transmitted to natural sciences, and how sometimes biologists then use notions of culture which in our social disciplines have also been already put in question. We are very much interested in what are the political consequences of these academic discourses. So how notions of difference construed in different disciplinary fields are being taken up by politicians, by different movements, and then lead to different consequences, potentially pernicious consequences. One of the things we are all interested as practitioners, not as scholars of higher education, but as practitioners in higher education, is how academia itself becomes polarized, and how this also reflects and interacts with state polarization, with different other, even geopolitical polarizations. So we're interested in how institutions, different academic institutions get polarized, how funding further polarizes academic endeavors, how researchers themselves are affected by different values and political orientations in both choosing the research subject, but also assuming often those erroneous or fallacious assumptions. We're interested in how history contributes to the polarization of academia. One of the most obvious examples we immediately thought of is the division between social anthropology and sociology, which can be justified mostly probably in some sort of administrative ways, but in terms of subjects of research and methods, it's very convergent. But while speaking about that, we quickly realized that of course, between all the disciplines we share this common subject-oriented focus. So we are interested in how this is being perpetuated, how this is in itself is being legitimized as an empirical question. We're interested in how the global geopolitical divisions, such as the South-North, I see there's a typo, South-North division are being perpetuated in academia. Someone already mentioned the brain drain, which we are also quite interested in. We are interested in how Darwinian theory has and its different misinterpretations have contributed to political action and discourses. We are interested in potential mathematical modeling and in exploring whether such modeling in the first place is possible of different levels of polarization. So in a sense, if different interstate examples of polarization can be modeled in similar ways in their intrastate polarization, something that we can explore with both quantitative and qualitative methods and engage in an interesting discussion. We are interested in the assumption, which is one of the politically hot, debatable assumptions, to what extent pre-existing human genetic differences might have social implications. And one of our other themes which we want to explore is causes of radicalization towards violent and extremism. So one of the subjects which have been often delegated to security studies and international relations, we realize the big potential of exploring the subject from a transdisciplinary perspective, which immediately fits into our understanding of polarization. The significance of the project is both descriptive and normative in many ways. A comparative understanding of polarization is the most obvious kind of potential significance of the project. Of course, to fully realize the different novel contributions to knowledge, we would need to do an extensive literature review, which is beyond the possibilities of a project design session. We will do some of that in the next 2-3 days, hopefully. A comparative understanding of polarization relates to a common ground in which we already found ways in which we can overcome our disciplinary differences to be able to shape potential even papers together amongst all of us and in different smaller groups. So, of course, one of the most immediate potential significance is both understanding and correcting how misconstrued perceptions of human difference are being perpetuated in transdisciplinary. So how they are being perpetuated within disciplines, how they kind of go between disciplines. One interesting example that Liz gave was how criminology puts into question using heredity explanations from genetics. So how geneticists might not have been fully aware that criminology uses these concepts and in what ways. So this is one of the most immediate examples. And of course, this goes up to political levels and are different historical political explanations of how conceptions of human difference have been constructed and perpetuated. We are very much interested in the normative side of social polarization. So what are the different effective strategies of addressing polarization? In a more global world in which our problems become more and more global, yet we are in a multipolar world in which we don't necessarily find ways to unite and address such issues as climate change or the growing economic inequality. We've been discussing different studies that have been already done, and I think in California, on effectiveness of door-to-door canvassing and different other strategies of opinion change, which we would like to explore in more depth. And of course, we would really like to step beyond just academia and academic questions and propose a laboratory in which we incorporate arts not only as a form of representation, but as a form of testing and research in itself. So one of the forms in which one of the examples of how art could be integrated in art practitioners is, for example, the theater of the oppressed, which is a theater method that derives from the pedagogy of the oppressed and involves interaction and replay together with the audience. So usually actors play a certain scene in which social polarization takes place. For example, racial or gender divisions or discrimination at a certain point plays a role. And then people can propose different practical solutions. So we think theater and performance and film have both a transformative potential and a reflective potential. About the transformative potential, one of the concepts that comes in mind is Joseph Beuys, or the German performance artist, concept of social plasticity. So the possibility of treating society as a sculpture itself that can be molded and explored in artistic fashion. So in that way, our project goes beyond academia and becomes transdisciplinary. Of course, we realize that the difficulties of working transdisciplinary. So we need to, of course, unlearn different assumptions and different attitudes which we all have. We need to explore our own errors and our own, one might say, allergies. So, of course, there's very few well, not few, it's seldom that social anthropologists work with geneticists and lawyers at the same time. So that's a reflection of our disciplinary tribalism and sometimes allergy to certain assumptions, our academic bubble, so we don't often understand how our ideas are being then transmitted to other fields and given different meanings. We need to unlearn the rejection of normative goals, so many of us focus mostly on analytical questions, not thinking so much towards the normative potential. And I'm sure I forgot to say many things, but I'm sure my colleagues will elaborate further in the question session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Victor.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. And going back to the question that you asked the previous group, I have to ask you, what is the operational definition of polarization? Because now it looks like it's an artistic metaphor that is used by you just to find something that will allow you all fit somehow your research interests in a very heterogeneous framework. Because what you were trying to describe was not actually about polarization, it was about drawing distinctions and transform it into binary positions, like north and west, men, women, left, right, and finally social anthropology and sociology. So we would be on the north, if it's possible, please. It's first question, because it's a bit unclear. And second is about conceptual framework again, because what are the concepts? What are the research questions? What kind of analytical results can get out of this project? So.
I'm sorry, we need a microphone.
Yeah, let's start just with operational definition of basic concept. That would be enough for me, actually.
I'd be happy give an example when we can see the answer. What is the polarization? If you don't mind. Everybody knows this example, and I even luckily, but I'm not going to read. But I found in my computer is a story about Noah. Okay, who took as thought a pair of each animal, and so in his board, okay, all animals were, I mean, let's set up a pair of each animal, okay, and so how large was the polarization? By the way, the Bible said that clean animals has to be in 7 pairs and only a pair of unclean. And to understand better, what about polarization? Is it larger with 7 clean pairs, okay, or smaller than if it's only a single pair of each animal? And I think that we will be closer to better understanding.
Sasha decided to strengthen this question about metaphors by another metaphor, but if we could go a little bit down to operational definition, I would be really happy. Thank you so much.
Hello? All right. So you make a certain distinction between distinction itself, the emergence of sort of a dyadic, incommensurable difference between two entities, or identity formation, really, in a negative sense, right, or rupture, and polarization. And I'm not sure that distinction came up at all. I mean, that is what polarization is. It's the emergence of an incommensurable difference. I guess that's how we treat it. You can disagree, but that's my answer.
Can you provide an example that could be a research subject for your team of polarization?
Absolutely. So, I mean, so we have many sub-projects that are emerging into this, but one of the things that interests me, so I was the one who had to unlearn the normative goals behind this because I'm interested in more analytical problems. But I'll give you an example of an emergence of technology which is external to a particular area of practice, right? Like in aesthetics, but I'll use in this case, think of the printing press, right? Or the ability to print books. First you had only certain people who were able to write books in a certain language, right? But then as the technology disseminates, so you had more writers joining the game, right? Certain distinctions started to emerge. You could argue that this is really an overlapping of highbrow, lowbrow, so like class distinctions going into writing, just because now we have more people able to write, but I can argue that this is a process of polarization of what writing means in that area of practice.
I would like to add one more practical example to highlight that
just those binary oppositions and polarization, they can occur in similar circumstances, but they are very different because take for example politics. Well, it used to be almost a universally accepted notion that in a two-party politics, in a two-party system, basically those two parties, they converge. So basically how it was framed in South Park. Giant douche versus shit sandwich, exactly. So that is essentially a two-party system. And now, no, now you cannot. No, now you cannot say that it is giant douche versus shit sandwich. Yeah, because now polarization has crept into this two stale center converging two-party politics, and it becomes, for many people, a kind of existential conflict. We saw that 4 years ago in the US and in many other circumstances. So in many cases, like those binary oppositions and polarization may seem the same thing, but in fact, they can be very different. And indeed, it may be that actually it is the underlying social polarization that actually assumes these binary oppositions, so that it just takes over those elements in the system and uses them as vehicles to sort of reflect protest, hatred of system in general. So we are dealing precisely with those underlying issues.
Now give a definition.
So this was an example. May I give a specific example? So we are interested in how polarization emerges. And we start with individual differences, that people differ from each other, they have different skin color, they have different height, weight, and so on. These differences partly coming because they have different genes, and other differences come because of they have different environmental effects. This is the standard population genetical thinking about these issues. And we are interested in that if there are such differences, people, how the politics make increasing polarization, use these differences to increase conflicts between groups in order to maintain its political power. We see these examples in many countries nowadays. There is a very specific problem which arises both in political sciences and in biology, whether there are races or there are no races. And in relation to this problem, there are increasing polarization within biology itself. So there are there are scientists who use the concept of race. They cannot publish what they do because it became a socially very sensitive issue, and they use different. They don't use race, but they use clusters instead of that, because this is a neutral term. So here is a very interesting interaction that how the development of different sciences, which rather independent from each other, and they have their own different errors interpreting different results. And I see in my own field that let's see, in human genetics, what can errors can be maintained for several decades of interpretation. And the question is that what are those cultural and social and political mechanisms which lead to this situation that for 70 years, for instance, hereditary studies within human population is misinterpreted. And what Jonathan mentioned, this criminology paper which just came out rather freshly. There is a review which repeats all those problems what already mentioned 70 years ago in relation to heredity, that in criminology, heredity studies should, estimation of heritability should be stopped because it is very much overestimated, and this comes from methodological problems. Because I know the models, I know the assumptions, I know the methodological problems, I have a knowledge about that this is true, and it is amazing why still these studies coming out regularly and have an effect of how criminals are affected and what they think about how this can be cured, or homosexuality or anything similar like this. Because this influences the people views, this influences how politicians can rely on these misconceptions and manipulate people, and what is the role of science in that. And we discussed these questions, and it seems to be that all of us can contribute from the different fields to these problems. And of course, we couldn't solve these problems, but these problems exist, and we thought that these are exciting.
Okay, so the next will be Alexei.
Can I chip in very shortly?
No, I'm afraid we cannot allow everybody to answer every question because it will not move forward. So Alexei, and then Omid.
Thanks. So guys, I'm impressed by the variety of themes that you mentioned on that slide, right? Very different themes. Now, I'm wondering whether you've thought about how and where do these things may converge to. Imagine you have to publish together. Where do all these different things about polarizations can converge to? Can it be a structural level? Can it be a level of narratives? We just talked about metaphors. Can it be something, I don't know, one thing I'm actually missing is religious anthropology. There is lots and lots in anthropology of religion about polarization. So is it converging toward, kind of anthropological findings about how human collectives work? So where do you think all these different explorations may be converging to?
So you're also asking about potential of particular
in
papers.
your project, yeah, I mean, not
Yes.
in principle, in your project.
Can I go first? Yeah, so of course, I mean, it also goes back to the questions of definitions. Human people are different, plural, both individually in time and in context and across in societies. So I'm interested in those different stratas and timelines of difference in evolutionary, historical, and micro scales. But of course, a definition is impossible, I would say, from a Wittgensteinian perspective, because things can only be defined in practice. So if you're looking for a concise definitions, we might produce different ones, all of which will be, to some extent, limited. I think one of the first most obvious things is to look at our own different backgrounds and see how our notions of difference created polarization and created assumptions of difference. So that humans are all different, but in different moments, at different historical times and contexts, different differences become prioritized. So we are interested why they become prioritized, how and what are the consequences. In certain situations, for example, to prioritize religion or race or gender or assume certain genetic differences. So this is where the conversion kind of comes in the common ground. I don't know if someone wants to expand on it.
Hello. I just want to go about the definition first of all. I would say that, like, just to put it in very indeterminate way, I mean, like very abstract way, polarization is division of any social body into two exclusive camps. I mean, this is somehow, like with reference to what Schmidt says, Carl Schmitt, the enemy and us. So this is basically, I think this is the nutshell of the word, the term we're using. So based upon that, we try to find the common ground. I would say, for instance, political institution as the common ground that would somehow contribute to maintenance or to production or to, pardon my word, production for the time being, or generation of these binaries, not binaries, but say these polarities within different, within different institutions. For instance, think about the relation of state and universities, or state policy and universities. The priority of what is to be the subject of research, how it would be funded, how public funds are going to be allocated, for instance, which fields are prior, which are not. This can be one particular, for instance, common ground that we can work on, which is, of course, also, like accompanied by the very, I would say, generation of polarity within society, and in one particular, I would say, nation state, for instance, or at the global scale as well. I mean, just.
Yeah, let me chip in a bit. So about collaboration, the great thing about interdisciplinarity is that it is actually really eye-opening, because for quite a while doing my PhD, writing articles, I've been really in a kind of this disciplinary silo. So they were saying me, no, you cannot use any formulas because it is a legal article. Wow. You cannot really quote Schmidt because lawyers are uneasy about Schmidt. Now, in this project, it is really a great opportunity to really go out of this silo and finally look at many things with a kind of 3D vision, finally. So, for example, I see great potential for collaboration with Elizabeth on how we actually perceive the idea of this Darwinian evolution. And it turns out that for really many decades, people have been making assumptions on wrong reading of Darwin. Then with Jonathan, it's a great opportunity to explore how extremism can actually work in practice, rather than how it is conceived in kind of the courtrooms. And yeah, Siavish with Schmidt and with Valery on experimental economics, so much to explore.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think our communication goes in the wrong way here. Because this team uses the questions as an opportunity to speak about whatever interests them in relation. Yeah. Yeah. So if there is an answer to the question, give an answer. If you don't have an answer, don't have to say anything. Say, we don't have an answer, and we move to the next question, right? It's much more productive.
So let me add this to, I think you were asking for like a small concrete project that emerges out of this, right?
No, I'm asking about the level of consequences, structural, normative, narrative, like what kind of convergence do you envision, if you envision?
Yeah, so I'll give you a quick, I guess, idea for collaboration that emerged out of this. So I'm interested in the problem of endogeneity, or to what extent can I explain polarization through endogenous factors like internal history of an institutional trajectory, right? And Liz has, you have an empirical case study on a state intervention in science policy that polarized academic institutions in Hungary, and that's sort of a joint project that's emerging out of this that solves both an analytical issue and a normative one on science production. That's so one example that emerged.
Right. Okay, so Omid, do you have still? Okay, so Omid is next, then Ayla, and then Mahil.
Thank you for your presentation, but I want to ask about the Darwin theory. You mentioned about that, but passed to this theory very soon. But because we have, actually, many scientists have a problem with this theory now. I want to ask you how you want to use this theory in your project.
Hi. So I am in a fortunate position because we have a book about ecology, theory-based ecology, a Darwinian approach. And in relation to this, I have finished a historical study based on the results of history of sciences and my own knowledge about adaptive dynamics and population genetics and evolutionary biology. And now it is accepted in general that Darwin had two theories, one developed in the 40s and the other developed in the 50s, just before the Origin of Species was published, and how it relates to this polarization project. It was very interesting when it turned out, it was not me who raised the project, but that in social sciences or in political science, they still use that argument that if you are rich or if you are poor, this is the result of your capabilities, and the good ones have better fitness, therefore they have better life, and then this is the way how things should be. And this goes back to a very simplified interpretation of Darwin's theory, which is that evolution is the survival of the fittest. But I have to tell you that this is not Darwin's theory, because Darwin was interested in how diversity emerged. The title of his book was The Origin of Species. Therefore, survival of the fittest is just under certain conditions what he himself very well defined will happen. So how it comes to polarization, that type of arguments are used in the society, by politics, to create polarization between poor and rich and similar things. That's what I understood within an hour.
Ayla.
Okay, thank you for this nice presentation, and I appreciate your hard work till the moment. Unfortunately, I have a lot of comments, so that's why I would like you to give some backgrounds, because I know it is hard to collect everything. Maybe you can work on it in the upcoming days. So I have read your research questions or themes. Probably, I don't know, the slides are not visible for the moment. Can we just open the theme slides? Themes.
Yeah, we do.
So I think in the themes, no, after that, common ground, no, themes, yes. Testing if pre-existing human genetic differences might have social implication. The first question, and it looks like with the question that maybe you are not very well informed with the previous literature. I am sorry, really, I just speak from my standpoint. I am sorry if I sound naive. I apologize, it's not my intention. So testing if pre-existing human genetic differences might have social implication. So once you talk about social context, it's very complex, and it is neither genetic nor culture. There is this field of epigenetics, which is actually concerned with the gene-environment interactions, and that is an extremely complex field of research. And of course, there are pre-existing human genetic variations. Also, there's a field of behavioral genetics. There, they don't call it genetic difference, but genetic variation. And this genetic variation, for example, I would like to ask, do you have any specific social implication as a hypothesis to test? How are you going to test? Are you going to use data from the databases? Or are you going to, because there are very, very good research that is done in this field, I am sure maybe you know. One example is, for example, psychopaths, that they clearly show that genetic variation and environment interact in a very specific way to determine whether someone is going to become a psychopath or not. And that is a very famous paper published on Science. So I wonder, within this context, how are you? I think among all these are very interesting, but even this testing, if pre-existing human genetic have social implication, is very ambitious, very good question. I appreciate, but you need to, I think, work on it in a more specified way. And pre-existing human genetic variation interact with the environment. You need to definitely put it into the environmental interaction.
Ayla, can we consider that a suggestion as opposed to a question?
Or also maybe if they have, if I don't know it very well, I apologize, please let me know.
I suggest we take it as a suggestion, right? The next one is Mahil, and then we'll move. Yeah.
Well, my question is somewhat related to what Ayla was talking about. So in one of the other slides, you were talking about strategies for mitigating polarization. As soon as you think about something like that, you might also want to specify your project. So somewhat comparable to the previous project, whenever I'm supervising interdisciplinary projects, if it's at the senior or junior level, I urge groups to really specify, because only then do we know what expertise do we need on board, what constraints help us to, like problem constraints help us to define what we need. So when it comes to strategies, there are many different strategies available. So I've heard you, I think, only talking about more like political strategies. There are also, of course, psychological strategies. For instance, like self-categorization as a way to avoid racist prejudices and biases by social interaction. So I was wondering, why have you always been insisting on the political dimension of your project? And if you did so, why haven't you then taken that as a real motive to not change the whole world, but be somewhat more modest and really focus your project somewhat more and making it much more viable and feasible than it now looks to me? So it's a really intriguing project, but right now it's changing the world, and I don't really believe in that anymore.
Michael, I have the same question to you. Is it a question or a suggestion?
No, the question is, well, if I pose that as a challenge, what is a response? So what constraints, what specific project will you do next week?
We very briefly discussed it as an action research, transdisciplinary action research related to Jonathan example, when they went to door and changed people's view about a marriage of gay people. And so that was the example, and then I raised that it would be nice to, if we are in Tyumen, then it would be very nice to meet local people and local organization, whether there is a conflict, there is a polarization, and just start from this local thing together with those who are here and know the local situation. And of course we stopped here because then we cannot work out anymore. But Jonathan had another suggestion, and I think that he will tell it soon, that where he can make something similar. You said, say something, yeah. But very quickly I would like to react this environment. That's why these heritability studies cannot be generalized from one population to the other. I am completely aware what you are talking about. I taking part conferences where it is discussed, and yes, you are right, we know that, and that's one of those methodological problems which human geneticists, when in their publications, simply seems to be that they don't want to realize. So no. I am not in this world. I just, because the sociology, these colleagues here were interested in, I went into that because I teaching population genetics, and I understand quantitative genetics and also teach it, and then I started to look it up, and then I found that, okay, those things which are trivial for us is just not mentioned in the papers, and when they publish heritability values which are grossly overestimated according to most of the other experts, it is just not mentioned and take at its face value. And it is a problem for those who works in social sciences and say that those they know what are those social factors which make someone criminals, and they don't believe that these are genetic factors. And I agree with them because I know that the whole thing comes from a wrong methodology.
Okay, thank you very much. So I suggest we collect the rest around the questions. There was Mahdi.
I have just two comments.
All right.
Any research that is targeting the testing if pre-existing is published by teams of 80 to 180 researchers. So I see only 6 of you here, plus there is not a single person with competence in human genetics to modern human genetics. So, you know, that you have been teaching population genetics doesn't mean that you can talk about genetic differences, because first, even the term is wrong. Genetic differences are talked about when we talk about diseases generally, not because we don't have different. The second thing is that there has been here a discussion about the environment. You know, talking about the genetics and environment is a 15-year-old terminology. Today, the slogan is, we're not with what our genes are, we are what we use our genes. These are just, you know, the two comments to the terminology. So I suggest you should very seriously think about putting this part in your project.
Thank you. Krishna, and then Artyom.
Hello? I'm happy to see a biologist in solving the societal problems, but yeah, as everyone discussed, I have a serious concern about that point, testing if pre-existing human genetic differences might have social implications. There are tons and tons of papers, the work has been done, and it's been ruled out. So I don't think there is any sense in testing it again. And I have to give more stress to this because Jonathan was again and again stressing this point when he was presenting. We are going to study polarization based on the pre-existing genetic differences. First thing, there is a gene present doesn't mean it's going to be translated into protein. Even if the protein is translated, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a behavior. So there are a lot of complications in this. And another thing is, even if there is some study showing that the Western society is very civilized and Middle East are uncivilized, leading to extremism, the practical example is the most civilized genes killed more people in the earth than the uncivilized Middle East gene. So I think there is no point on continuing with this question. But I understand that it's a good enthusiasm to keep as a biologist to solve these problems. But yeah, you have to frame in a more sensible way.
All right.
Any comment on that?
Thank you. Yeah, we will be able to comment when we collect all the comments and questions. Artyom.
Thank you. I see a project or a question that I think is viable here, but I heard it from two people, from Dmitry and from Siavish, because these people actually used the concept of polarization in the logically proper way, because it has to do with the logical category of opposition, which is not difference, right? And it has to do with certain movement of differences towards extremes and the reflection of those differences, right? This is indeed what for example, this happens in politics, not only. But then a series of questions follows when you look at the slides, where something different is noted and where there is this categorical confusion. Do other members of the team understand this notion? Because you were not, no one except for these two people actually was able to provide a definition. And more importantly, are you committed, are you ready to work under this definition? Because if not, then it would make sense to divide your team, take two people and send the other people prepare another project. I'm sorry, if I were to decide on this. Or maybe you would see a joint project under these auspices. I would like to hear about this. And for you two, again, it's another danger is to move too closely to this idea of social difference, because then even we heard from Dmitry that polarization is caused by social differences. Maybe, but this is precisely the hypothesis to be tested. Certainly polarization is a certain process with its institutional mechanism. This is a very interesting social process when differences become polarized, when they are moved to the extreme. That's what we observe in politics. But why? We have heard nothing about possible ways, hypotheses about the ways in which these polarities can be produced.
Yeah, Victor.
I totally agree with your conclusion, but I totally disagree with your interpretation. Sorry, we have already some kind of polarization here. So I think that when you take such a broad framework just in order to fit all your research interests in it, it's on one hand quite easy to choose, because using metaphor it's not a way of bridging research topics, and especially disciplinary languages. The easier it's find, the harder it's to protect. You will be attacked from all possible sides, for genes, for evolutions, for political determinism, for everything. So, and it's impossible to maintain, talking about maintenance, just impossible. So exactly what Artemis did now, he just chose like, oh, okay, here I understand polarization because it's Hegelian and political. So that's fine, like why don't you two just don't keep the concept clean and go study political polarization, because at least political polarization has some meaning, and not creating like universal concept for all of you, right? So I don't really think this is a good strategy, but maybe if you can't find a common ground, which is a conceptual basis, not a metaphor, that really helps you to bridge gaps between your disciplines, maybe you should probably just split into groups and find a little bit more precise focuses for analysis. It's a suggestion that, so that's why conclusion is the same, but interpretation is a bit different. So, thank you.
All right. You want to add something, right? Okay, a little bit. Yeah, Sasha. And then I will give a team opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Just concluding and returning to the beginning, and it's good after your comment. So when you think about what polarization is, you could distinguish it from segmentation, simply from diversity. In fact, it's quite difficult because you need probably some quantitative definition, and it's not easy to distinguish similar concepts. And then you can answer question good or bad. You know, good examples like Silicon Valley, which is thought to be quite diversified. Or we can, you know, other examples regarding poor countries, which are extremely diversified. And as you explained, this diversity can be used by states, by governments in a bad way, and so on and so on. But returning to the definition, you could make a base of your research. And I think it's complement what Victor, you just said. Thank you.
All right, please respond to whatever you feel like responding.
I'm sure all of us will have something to say. Maybe we should just pass. I'll do something very short. Thank you all for the comments. Yes, we are totally aware we need to get more focus with such a broad topic. We have 2 more days. We'll see where it goes. I just wanted to say with one comment that polarization is caused by human difference, whether or not. I would say it's caused by assumptions of human difference, which are true or not. And it's not just assumptions of human difference. In terms of studies of extremism, it quite often has anything to do with assumptions of human difference. It's quite often the possibility of having a group of belonging or an increased sense of agency or simple economic reasons. In the new UNDP report on violent extremism in the Sahel, economic factors are put as one of the major factors of violent extremism. In works of Mahmoudou, it's quite often political explanation. So I think in this sense, polarization in the narrow case of extremism requires multi-level analysis that goes just beyond the human differences. Many of the layers do depend on assumptions, often fallacious assumptions of human difference. I'll say only that and I'll pass the mic.
Okay, I really don't know what to say because that within biology, there are different, very fragmented fields, similarly to your ones. And these use different languages and different methodologies. It doesn't mean, and these are completely understandable, even if you don't work, you not sequence yourself, you can understand these things. And this problem with criminology that just enlist those problems which were already the nature-nurture problem in the 80s in relation to the IQ of blacks and whites and different races were very much and in a very detailed way was explained that how the results can be interpreted and cannot be interpreted. And then it has to be repeated in the field of criminology in 2018 again. Yes, so the same things within the same problems, and in itself it is a very interesting thing that within science, what stabilizes these wrong interpretations? Okay.
Please add some sentences for that sentence because I completely agree with.
I'm afraid we have 2 more teams. We cannot go into discussion of evolutionary theory here at this moment, all right? But you can continue over the coffee break, right?
Yeah, thank you. I think the criticism is just. I mean, further conceptual integration definitely is required. We try to do it in the next 2 days. We'll see. Thank you.
I would like also to thank you for constructive criticism. However, for example, if we take the context of, well, the concept of political polarization, it is a neat concept, but then the reality is not that neat, because one day a person is just, I don't know, Donald Trump voter. The next day he is shooting someone in the McDonald's. And this is already extremism. So if we sort of make this arbitrary border, we can miss something, and we can miss something important from a wider social perspective. And so I think it is really crucial to have this kind of wider notion of polarization, and then, of course, work on it more, to refine it better, to work on it in more detail. But I think this kind of collaboration is valuable and necessary.
Thank you for the comments. I think one of the possible strategies for us is to really give the quantitative definition of polarization, not only a political one, and then try to, this is one of the ideas which we discussed, to construct different mathematical models of on different levels. For example, polarization of social groups and polarization on the level of the states, and to search whether is the pattern is the same or not, and having this kind of quantitative definition, then try to interpret it. And this is where this social anthropological competence and nationalism studies competence might be useful.
So there are two things I guess I can respond to here. One, I forget your name, but you sort of the idea that institutional process whereby differences become binary oppositions is interesting. We're really just repeating what we told you, which is fine, but it doesn't have to be political. I mean, binary oppositions, I can think of also The Raw and the Cooked by Levi Strauss, which was a brilliant book that you could be compatible with Schmidt, but he was talking about a different study, a different context, and a linguistic metaphor, right? But the more important issue that keeps emerging, I'm not going to give a full answer on that, but on the genetic problem, it really caught my attention that everybody who commented on that began with the statement of, this is a settled issue. But they mean totally different things. That gentleman over there, he said, it's completely settled that genetics cannot predict social. Are you crazy? And then Ayla said, oh, it's completely settled that genetics predict. So that's actually interesting. And then that gentleman, he left. Mattis, was it from Estonia? Yeah. He has something else that's completely settled, right? So that makes the issue really interesting. And just to clarify something, maybe the wording here definitely needs to be clarified, is that the issue is not that do you have social differences because of your genetics. Maybe that's settled, right? But can you explain polarization in the sense of Jonathan's extremism, right? Can you explain a terrorist simply by genetics, okay? That was the issue that emerged on. Okay, yeah, but I'm just translating what this is. Let me finish.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And thanks for the feedback. That was great.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I must remind you that you are not bound to stay with the same team for 3 days, right? In the previous 3, this is the 4th project design session we are running, right? We've seen examples when it was the best thing that ever happened to participants is that they forgot about their team and started something new on day 2, or they divided into 2 teams, or did something else, right? And I suggest you kind of discuss that, whether you should do something like this with your team, and maybe pay attention not to can you actually persuade us that there is a coherence, but can you actually help each other, right? If there is something you can contribute to each other's research, okay, it makes sense to be together, right? If not, then even if you come up with some sort of dialectical definition of polarization that would really fit everybody, it's not going to be of much help, except maybe Artyom will be more satisfied. But the rest, I mean, it's not going to be a very fruitful project, right? So just I invite you to give it a thought tonight over dinner, right? So thank you very much. And we are going to have a coffee break for half an hour. We get back here at 6. Well, the SS was conceived as a portal to the outside world. It's located in Western Siberia, but it deals with the global issues. So this is the place where we bring people from around the world and they study the world. We are looking for researchers who are good in their disciplines, which is usually attested by the PhDs they got from top universities, but who are also capable of going outside their disciplines and looking at the other disciplines around and have a kind of multidisciplinary dialogue. The feature of contemporary social sciences and the humanities, but also some natural sciences, is that it's very compartmentalized. People sit in their home departments, which is disciplinary departments, and although there is a lot of talk about interdisciplinarity, usually, especially in social science and the humanities, people are narrowly focused in their discipline. They don't speak to people from other departments because they're institutionally divided, because their career depends on how much they publish in a particular journal in a particular discipline. Questions that interest the public are not considered scientific questions. They're not scholarly questions because they're asked not from a disciplinary perspective. Questions which are asked within a discipline, they're irrelevant to outside world because they're very narrow and they are very focused in the ongoing debate within a particular disciplinary field. So what we do here, we take a question which is of universal interest, which kind of interests intelligent people who think about contemporary world, and they run them through the disciplinary perspective of each of the participants of a multidisciplinary team. As a result, we hope to get the result which will be at the same time disciplinary informed, but also relevant to the world. And this is something I think that other universities have more problems to do because they are entrenched both in the organizational structures, but also in the intellectual inertia. Because sociologists, they are used to asking certain type of questions. Economists are used to asking certain types of questions. Biologists are used to asking certain types of questions. We bring people here and actually get them outside of their comfort zone and make them ask the questions they wouldn't normally ask, but they have to answer through the lens of their disciplines. A lot of places in the world have things like Multidisciplinary Research Center or Society of Fellows and things like that, but usually just an umbrella under which there are people from different disciplines who each of them work on their own project. Right? What we do, we actually prohibit individual research projects. We don't have disciplinary departments, we have multidisciplinary research teams. We only count the research done within a multidisciplinary team. And we also conceive of a multidisciplinary project not as a collected volume when everybody looks at the same problem from the vantage point of a respective discipline, but as a collective monograph, for example, a collective article that is written by people from different disciplines and speaks to several disciplines at the same time. We have all kinds of multidisciplinary projects. Some of them are very widespread. We have a project which incorporates physics, history, and things like that. Some of them are more narrow with anthropology, sociology, and let's say economics, right? So we are different in terms of how projects are organized, but the common feature that all these projects share is that they are multidisciplinary and also they address issues which have global significance. Issues not necessarily meaning things like global warming or something that everybody talks about, but rather more fundamental things that underline current debates in politics and economics, in sociology, etc. So we actually have some frameworks, some limitations. So one thing is global significance. Another thing is probably we have some stakeholders who are really interested in some kind of research. But within these frameworks, these teams that we get together, bring together here, are free to formulate their own topic. And then we discuss the topic, we actually criticize the topic, they can change the topic. After 3 days of this project design session, we come to a series of projects and then we just pick up the best ones. But the last word in what exactly the project is about belongs to the scholars, because we don't think that we actually can mandate to researchers what they research. People research what they're interested in, but it's important that what they're interested in is also something we are interested in. And I think the combination, the intersection of the two is the good project that we actually hire. For example, there is a problem of free will, of how free are we, because there is a kind of onslaught of thinkers from biology, first of all, evolutionary biology, neuroscience, who seem to deny that humans have free will. And if you take the discovery seriously, then what does it mean for history? What does it mean for law? How we actually practice society if we don't have an assumption of free will? Another thing is human relationship to the material world. What is our relation to the material world, which is outside exploitation and exchange? Well, we have a team that actually studies it through the lens of love. Love to the material world can be a lens through which we can actually look at the ecological problems, so we can look at the problems concerning the interaction of humans and the urban environment and things like that. I don't think that all researchers should join SS, but I think researchers who are, as I said, interested in this multidisciplinary conversation also feel the need for that. They feel that, well, whatever they say in economics is not enough if you don't take into account historical perspective or sociological perspective, anthropological perspective. These researchers, I think, should join us because this is the place where they can actually have this conversation. Our professors who work in these multidisciplinary research teams, at the same time they teach. They teach in our BA programs and they teach in our MA programs. So we, as an educational institution, we aim to actually bring great students from all around Russia and from abroad. So we're interested in visiting and actually full-time also international students. And they let them study a lot of things and then choose to concentrate on a specific thing, but even the thing they concentrate upon should be in conversations. After they've chosen sociology, for example, or they've chosen economics, or chosen biology, they still remain in conversation with other fields because the professor who teach them these subjects are also in conversation with each other. Our ideal student is a student who is interested in contemporary world and plans to live in the contemporary world, but who at the same time realizes that in order to be successful in this world, you actually need to take meanings generated throughout human history, right? You have to study classical text in order to give meaning to contemporary world, to contemporary technology. So this is one thing. Another thing, which is also related to being successful in the world, is to be interested in several things at once. We want students who are not satisfied with studying only one subject because we actually make them study a variety of subjects. And the third thing is the students should actually take responsibility for their own education because a lot of classes we offer at SAS are elective courses that students choose. Professors offer these courses based on their research interests and students choose the courses they're interested in. And in order to do that, they need to have an idea of what they want to achieve. We are a new institution. Everything here is in the flux. We have a comfortable surrounding, nice building located in the center of town. So in this sense, we are kind of well established. But in terms of intellectual agenda, we change all the time. We open new programs, research programs, educational programs. We opened all kinds of collaborations. Everything changes every half year. So in a sense, if you have an idea and you want to realize that this is a place you can do it, because we don't have this kind of stale structure which takes years to actually navigate. We are extremely dynamic.
I like the idea of SAS, the way they organize research, and I think it's the only place in the world where it's actually organized in this way, where different researchers from different fields can come and cooperate. I think it might be a really productive idea.
Because outside world are interested in more general questions which don't have any specific disciplinary dimension. They are multidisciplinary questions, which are the questions which concern humanities or concern business education or concerns people who develop technology. So one answer to that is to do multidisciplinary team research, to get a team of people from different disciplines who work together and produce research results that are relevant for several disciplines and by extension to the larger world. The question is how to get this team together. And we developed a format at School of Advanced Studies, which is called Project Design Session, to do exactly that.
All those people who came here, they are master of a single discipline, and then they are going to form groups intersecting, and where all those disciplines are going to intersect with each other.
So my name is Gary Ritzian.
Hi, I'm Julie Resha.
My name is Natalia Zaretskaya.
I'm Mark Garrity.
Well, the criteria is there are two criteria. One is you have to select strong researchers. They have to have potential leaders in their respective fields. And the other criteria is that actually they need to, we don't really expect people to form research teams during these 3 or 4 days. What we want to see is the potential for individual scholars to collaborate.
This was probably the most stressful 3 days of my life because our team got selected to continue every day with the same project with critiques that helped us to modify that project.
We wanted to question the idea of this clear distinction between the 5 senses.
Here I'm working on a project on understanding the social ramifications, impacts of digital media.
And I try to combine psychoanalysis with neuroscience.
it really got you thinking in very different ways than you've been accustomed to. So I think it's a very productive process in a way.
In this format, there is no guarantee that people, even if they are good researchers in their fields, will be able to do a good multidisciplinary project, because it's a special kind of work, it's special competence.
The main qualities of individual researcher will be precisely to the possibility to get out of the comfort zone, as you say, of individual subject.
It happens very often that neuroscientists work with computer scientists or with MR physicists, and this in itself is difficult enough. But to sort of come up with a language between natural sciences and social sciences and the humanities to solve a certain problem, this is a completely different kind of challenge.
We had 4 hours each day to show some kind of novel research design, new questions, new methodology, new ideas about how to pursue the research practically. So it's the most intense, high-pressure experience I've ever had as an academic.
I think now I'll actually miss it. After 3 or 4 days, you kind of look forward to the next day of having that same intense experience.
I think the experience is great because even though you don't know people personally, but there is something that unites you. And in this way, because we came with a different, we have different backgrounds, but same research interests, it's like we were already close before we met each other.
Okay, so we are about to start the second half of our first plenary session, and we are going to begin by inviting the team which is called Our Perspectives on Climate and Health Governance. Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you for coming. I will be as short as possible. On a topic which is as big as this planet and humankind. This is our team, international and interdisciplinary at the same time. And behind this team, we have a number of programs and organizations, which I may not have the time to describe. Our question speaks for itself. We are in a time of crisis in the plural form. And there is no guarantee that our civilization and humankind and life on Earth will survive the 21st century. Here are the questions we'd like to answer as a team and in this school. About management, about governance, about control, about results we would like to deliver and to share in order to rebuild public trust in science and in order to bridge obstacles and gaps within the scientific community. And then we want to bring new partners, and I will be happy to give their names if you ask me to. One objective, which is at the same time megalomaniac and modest. Modest because, in fact, we have very precise ideas on how to reach it, but the impact will be felt outside Tyumen and outside Russia as well. Oops. Here we speak only about the output, what we have already planned doing. And this is just a portfolio of publications that we give as an example of interdisciplinarity. Multi-authored articles published as a team in different journals, and these journals in themselves are interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. A strategy that would justify our claims of being surprising, new, and significant. A strategy for impact and update. The models we are using in public health or on climate go back to the 1970s. In the case of climate research, we need to go back to the conference we had in Geneva in 1979. And I think it is about time to enter the 21st century. This is what we want to do by better connecting this school and this part of the world with peer universities, international organizations, and the banking and finance industry. I come from Switzerland, and I speak to bankers. What do we need to unlearn? And here we would have a long list, which I have kept short, just one line: losing prejudices on both sides, humanities and natural sciences. And this is what we have done as a team these past 2 weeks. Okay. Our relevance to the school. Learning and research experience. Of course, we must refer to the European higher education area, and of course, we want to reach out and learn from the local cultures, the culture of Siberia. There is really nothing new about what we want to do. This matches, this is in alignment with the mission statement of the School of Advanced Studies about innovation, about bridging, about setting new standards of excellence. Service to society is something that matters to us, and this has to do with the fact that 2 members of the team already work for academies of art and sciences. And we perform other services than those given by universities. And this allows us to mobilize new resources, financial resources, knowledge, in order to engage local communities and in order to speak to officials, city officials, oblast officials, and government officials in Moscow, when we want to discuss what our contributions can be to strategic plans for a diversified economy in this country. These are examples. These are just case studies of what we can do or what we are doing already about climate, about deep transformations and cognitive science, about climate research again, but here we are speaking about the physics of climate. The first case study was about climate reconstruction. Would you like to say a few words about it?
So you all heard that there is a 97% consensus that the change in climate is human-made. This is not entirely correct. 97% of people agree that humans have something to do with climate change. The extent of this change is unclear, although some of people are noisier than the others. We don't know which percent of 1 degree change during 100 years is explained by the 25% increase in CO2. Whether it's 20%, 30%, 70%, 80%. And the reason is because you cannot measure it directly. You cannot measure Earth number 2 and make an experiment. Neither you can make a scaling experiment. All you can do is do a computer experiment based on models. These processes are incredibly complex. They include incoming light reflecting, that's the easiest part, but they also include outcoming infrared. This infrared is being reflected. Partly it transferred further. There is evaporation. There is absorption and emission of CO2 by the oceans. And the only way, after looking for last 6 months at various field data, I came to the conclusion the only way we can address this question is about rerunning the physical models, which include so-called energy diffusion, consisting of radiation, reabsorption, emission to the space. This system is connected to convection of the air, because the energy is given to the air from CO2. Then it's given to the water vapor, which is down below 3 kilometers, always in the red 3-5 kilometers. They also undergo the same thing, and then the water vapor gives 97% of radiation to space. Water is the main thing. CO2 is the helper.
Thank you. We will be happy to answer questions on this case study. So this was about climate governance, and here we're speaking about public health governance, a new approach, what we have called the P4 medicine. With cancer, the demographics of cancer cells and cancer cell evolution to change our approach to medicine. Would you like to say a few words about this? Yes?
So the problem with the cancer treatment is the fact that if there is a tumor, there are different cells, and those cells have different genomic variations, and that is also changing by the time. Once you just apply one chemotherapy, it will only target certain types of cells, while the others will going to survive and will continue to grow. And that is one problem. And in the meanwhile, with the current developments in the fields of genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. These are some different large-scale studies of molecules of the cells, and all these data will give us the opportunity to model mathematically how a group of cells are going to behave in the future based on the evolutionary theory, and then perhaps it will be used as a tool in order to predict the suitable treatment regimens. And that is actually one of the trends that Russia also, I think, Russian Federation Ministry of Health has already signed. I check in the newspapers that this P4 medicine that Russia wants to take an action, and that is something that we want to contribute from SAS with this P4 medicine trend. But this is actually in the case of predictive medicine. It has, of course, other parts. We will model together with Professor Igor, our friend Igor. I will get the data, and he will mostly model these data. In the meanwhile, we are hoping to even produce more creational ideas. Thank you. By the way, this could turn into a technology that could aid the decision of the physicians, and that could also have a market value, which may actually make in the future. But I don't want to speak, want to make very big words at this stage.
Thank you. And that concludes the presentation of our team and what we'd like to achieve in this school.
Thank you. Well, actually, your moderator asked me to allow for 2 people to present, but you actually made 3, which, all right, that's okay. So, Amit, yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, but I saw one sentence I think it was in second slide. In second slide, I think. Can you bring it? Okay, here, yeah. You mentioned just about humankind. Why? What about the other species? What about the other animal? You missed, I think, because as you know, now we have 5 billion extinct species around the world. Yeah. So, why they have gone from this planets? Yeah. Why?
Yeah, because of us, of course.
So,
yes, we are speaking about loss of diversity, threats to the biosphere, collapses of populations, not only of humans, but of insects and mushrooms.
I think this is selfish. Maybe
this is extremely selfish.
I'm sorry. I mean, so you suggest add number 6, and which is kind of restoring biodiversity and resurrection extinct species. I think it's also an important problem for the 21st century. Okay, so I think they agree with that, right? So let's move to the next question. Yeah. Louis.
Yes, Igor. So we discussed a little bit yesterday. Of course, you're aware about the efforts of the ICCP to model the climate change, and there is a team of about 50 experts on climate change and the influence of CO2, and they have extremely precise budgets on how much CO2 each country can emit in the air. They have
I read the IPCC documents. Also, one of the experts which you mentioned sit on the right-hand side from me. So the one thing which IPCC doesn't mention, they call about radiation forcing. They don't explain how this radiative forcing is connected to the T as a function of CO2. They don't cite any specific scientific models in these documents. And I also read a NASA site study, And of course, there is activity, and there is opinions, and there is a view, but to say that people know how much exactly CO2, increase of CO2 by 25, it increased by 25% over 100 years. We know that. We know it's man-made. We know that. We also know that temperature increased by 1 degree over 100 years. We know that. But we don't know which part of this temperature increase is caused by increase of CO2, by which factors. This is impossible to measure directly. You cannot measure it. You can only infer it from the model. And the philosopher on the left of me can explain to you the difference between direct measurement, direct evidence, and inference. It's inferred, and all inferences are based on specific assumptions and approximations which are built into these physical models. And all these scientists, 50 with a huge budgets, they are not independent because they're all based on a certain ideas which they followed through these decades. My advantage here is that I'm not a climate scientist and I'm not a physics of atmosphere. My father was, and I helped him when I was 15 to model his turbulent flows. But I'm not a physicist of atmosphere. I am a solid-state physicist with 30 publications. I model sufficiently complex system, and I model population biology, immune systems, and viral spread, including ecology and three-level evolution. So I dealt with complex system, but I have no bones in the game. I have nothing to lose, and I can have a fresh, independent look on it.
Right, and here comes now my question. So even, let us assume that you're right, and I think that most of these experts would disagree with you that we do not know the origin of the CO2 emission. Even if you would be right, do you think, from a practical point of view, you can make a case and publish something that's
correct? I can make a case in publishing.
And how are your colleagues going to work with you on that?
At this point, that's why colleagues have, because colleagues can speak for themselves. So, and on my part, my responsibility lies to establish, to do model sensitivity. There is also such thing as called model sensitivity analysis. To run sufficient amount of models and assumption, approximation to find within which range I can predict. For example, 40 to 50% of raise of temperature is caused by CO2. I have to find this range, and that's my responsibility. After that, my responsibility is to publish it in a journal, which was listed at one of the slides. And from there, how to deal with IPCC, that is responsibility of a person sitting on my...
Yes.
Can we actually, I mean, because we need to move forward, I think we will be able to add that. But you answer the next question, which is from Mahil.
Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. A bank kept me waiting. But I'm really puzzled, as I mentioned with the previous projects, that their ambitions were somewhat general. I guess you can understand my comment in this case. You're not only ambitious with one project, but you're really trying to save the world, and somewhat related to the previous question. So the IPCC by now is not presenting one model, but there are reasons. So the AR5 report includes a combination of more than 50 models, knowing quite well that all models have their own assumptions, their own sensitivities, etc. So I really wonder whether you are able to enhance, to increase the public trust in science if, as a group of 4, you're claiming to correct the IPCC, which is let me finish, please. If those reports are the kind of a consensus of more than 3,000 authors. So even though maybe we're looking at 4 Nobel Prize winners, how can you convince us with 5 or 6 I'm reading, like personalized medicine, global warming, delivered results, recover public trust? Don't you think that ambition thrives under modesty and not without any modesty? So I'm really puzzled how this has emerged.
I received a few, 2 weeks ago, I think, from Urs Noy, the General Secretary of IPCC, the latest draft, and I must comment on it. So I know how this organization works, and Igor is welcome to join us. Criticisms are always needed in order to progress. There is always a lot of diversity of opinions at IPCC, and this is not a problem for us within the scientific community. The message we gave to governments and to the public opinion is a bit different, of course. Speaking of which, we work with UN agencies, not only IPCC.
But maybe, I mean, before we delve into the details, because I'm also working with colleagues who contribute to the IPCC report and know about the work going into that. How can you convince any science foundation to fund your project if you're thinking that with your group you're solving 4 or 5 or 6, what am I counting, so divergent projects?
They are not divergent. We are speaking about governance and we're speaking about the environment. They are not divergent either because our proposals have already been accepted by the management of social transformations program of the UNESCO. One of these proposals was debated and accepted again at the meeting of UNESCO Chairs Council in Lisbon 4 weeks ago. One of these projects has been sent. It is now under review by the UNESCO. I mailed it on February 28. This is work in progress, obviously. But behind myself and this team, we have a large network of universities, of organizations, of UN agencies, and we also work at the demand of local governments. There is a demand for our expertise, and we must provide it because this is our responsibility as academics.
Yes, but I think you're
for climate change and many, many other things. Do you have a specific idea of what the practical results will be? So, for example, when I was looking at your "Will the Humanity Survive in the 21st Century?" are you preparing a guide for survival? Is this your practical application? Then it will just be distributing it to different groups so they can use it? What is it?
Okay, let's collect a little bit, several questions, and then you will be given a chance to answer all of them. Alexei?
Okay, so we've had, I think, enough of IPCC discussion. It so happens that I was a part of the 4th cycle. So one of the things that we did in the 4th cycle of IPCC was that we've had input from philosophy and philosophy of cognitive science in particular, in work group 3 and other things, to look at perception, to look at perception by citizens, to look at how you formulate policy recommendations and things like this. I have a specific question to Mirko because he's the only one we haven't heard from yet. What is the role of philosophy and cognitive science in this project?
Okay, so we have 2 questions, one from Dara and from Alexei.
So the message we wanted to deliver, I think it didn't come across right. We're not against IPCC, and I think we should have better structure of presentation. That I agree with that, totally. So we will take action on this. The point about cognitive science, the role that cognitive science can play in this, as far as I can see it, is contributing to shape the debate by studying the psychological mechanisms that underlie decision making, to shape the debate, to structure a clearer debate in society, and the relationship between experts and non-experts. So, in other words, how we can use cognitive science, the psychological mechanism that underlie decision making, to climate change issues. So,
yeah, I'd rather than we can, I would like to hear we will, right? You're designing a project.
So, for instance, there is a huge debate, as you know, in philosophy and psychology on the role between, on the distinction between science, scientism, and the normative nature of certain phenomena. Yeah. So, I think that important by studying this mechanism, we could develop some strategies to help experts to recover trust in society. There is a lot of problems with expertise nowadays. Many people do not trust expertise, do not trust experts on climate change because they have been developed by, but they have been threatened, delusioned by experts previously. So we need to reaffirm the role of expertise in society. And Igor has its own views about the IPCC. I'm not on board, completely on board with that. Of course, there are some questions that need to be developed and pressing concerns, but it does not mean giving up IPCC because we have a member here that is working on that. So I just want to reassure you this. We are not, it's completely,
okay,
as
all right.
far as I understand.
Yeah, I think Ayla wanted to say something, right?
I think Igor, what he wanted to say,
to Daros.
and he can clarify,
okay.
was that we would like to challenge, to not provide definitive answers, right? Rather to challenge the consensus in society by looking at expertise in climate change. So it's like surveying the field and trying to come up with some positive solutions to these problems, right? This is the idea. We're not criticizing or taking a stand in this debate. Rather, we are trying to inform people properly about this debate and possibly to look for solutions, but that would be in the practical aspects, Igor's expertise. I'm not a physicist, I cannot speak about this. He knows better this stuff than me. What I can help with, I thought, is providing the structure, the framework in which to frame this whole debate, this evidence that is emerging from these studies, and to bring it out in society, and to, to people, and to experts, and to try to put them together, and to rebuild trust that we have lost in experts. This is my...
Okay, I would like to hear from Ayla first, and then from Alan, who's been raising his hand, and then maybe someone else.
Darya? Dara, okay, thank you for the question. So you want to know the practical applications of our research, right? So one solid example, let's say we have a cancer patient, and then the doctor is going to take the sample from the carcinogenic tissue, and then there will be a metabolic molecular profiling of the tissue. And that molecular profiling is going to be used as a data in our model. And as a result of that model, we will have some predictive outcomes, which kind of therapy would best fit to this patient. So that is the modern application of personalized medicine. And we want to contribute that. And also, with my discussions with Igor, the current mathematical modeling of cancer evolution is quite old-fashioned, and according to recent conference. So we want to use a different model that make a difference, probably, with better predictability and associations.
No. Alan, please.
Hello, I have to unmute. Okay. First of all, you don't have to be so shy about including me in the group. I spent 3 hours listening to you this morning so that you can put my name on the slides today. But anyway, let me head off some of the questions that are obviously going to come. You're going to ask us, why do another climate change research group in Tyumen when there's so many all around the world? There's obviously the climate change part and the cancer part have a great relevance to Siberia, and since Tyumen is involved in the administration of part of the important areas for climate change, and I'm talking about, of course, the the fossil fuels industry, but also the peatlands and the Siberian parts which can be used as climate sinks, and also maybe producers of climate if the methane death spiral goes ahead. So there is obvious Russian, Siberian, Tyumen relevance to what we're doing, and you'd say that's obvious because this is about climate change. But with regard to cancer, it's also a big a project of relevance to Siberia, to Tyumen, to Russia, because the way that cancer is treated through its health system means that cancer leads to much greater death rates once you're diagnosed in this country, in Russia, compared to Europe, compared to USA, to other middle-income, high-income countries. So even if we only do 5% of the ambitious plans that we've outlined, the impact will be in great disproportion to the ambitions and the plans, because Russia is so much suffering from climate change results, from ineffective climate change governance, and from ineffective public health treatment of cancer. So I was just trying to head off those particular points. With regards to the suggestion that we have to increase stakeholder trust, public confidence in experts, the way that I've been doing that, working on other environmental projects around the world, is to involve them in co-designing adaptation projects so that they become part of the people who are doing the actual governance, rather than some people that we just simply speak to as experts, simply speak to as policymakers. They're actually involved in the social learning of governance. And with respect to all the fossil fuel companies and all the conservation reserves and national park reserves and the cancer treatment going on in Siberia, there's ample opportunity for us to get involved in the communities to actually do that kind of work.
Thank you. I think we will collect the last round of questions to this team. And Krishna, I think, had a hand. Right, so it's Krishna, Sasha, Alexei, Barbara, and Dara wants to still ask her follow-up question. All right, so it's a different one. Okay, so
yeah, Juliet.
Well, both of you can do it together, right?
Right. So we have a concern, me and Juliet, that most of the sociology institutes, they underestimate biologists. So it's always happy to see biologists in these groups. But it looks like, this group has bought a Ferrari, but they are driving like a Fiat. I don't see the fitting of this biologist in the group. I don't know if she's a neuroscientist or molecular biologist. I don't know the role. And then second, if my understanding is right, one side you guys are going to stop the climatic change, and another side you are going to discover medicine for cancer, right?
Yes.
So what makes you to hypothesize the only cause of climatic change is just cancer? And the guy who was talking in the screen, he was saying that most of the cancer in Russia, can be cured and things. But he has any data that all the cancer are due to the climatic
he will
problem?
answer his part. But first of all, I think your question is very good. You are right to some extent. Coming back to my background, maybe when we say I am a molecular biologist, the second question, molecular biology of what? Plant, neuron, cancer. Okay, I am not cancer molecular biologist. I am brain neuroscientist, brain neurobiologist, neuron neurobiologist. But when I talk to him, it sounds to me quite attractive to contribute to such an ambitious project. I was impressed with the idea. That's why I a little actually get away from my comfort zone. Actually, this is the point here. So I actually, during the discussions in the SAS, many times I try to find a lot of suitable stakeholders that I could contribute. And I was trying to make wide angles. Vincenzo knows that very well, that I said, let's talk about future of humanity. And then I was trying to define some specific ideas. Feminization, for example, I have some strange, weird ideas about that. But I couldn't find enough, because we have a certain group of people and we are advised to collaborate with them. And I think it is also a matter of flexibility, to which extent you can be flexible. So I get away a little from my comfort zone by actually risking risking myself, but with the idea that I think this is worthwhile idea. That's why. That is the reason.
All right. So the next one I promised was, I think...
Can I quickly?
Okay, Sasha.
Okay, Ken.
I have really...
Excuse me, I think one question was not answered. Another question is here, climate change and cancer research, they look very divergent. However, they are common in certain grounds. One of them is mathematical modeling. So you see this guy in the center, so we are using him as a tool from data from my side and from data from his side, and we have this our philosophy guy who is going to contribute us in terms of concepts and frameworks, we hope. And this is for us also a very novel way of research, and this sounds maybe a little weird, but we are trying to be doing best what we can do. The second thing is our contribution is on the top-down level is the fact that we want to contribute to sustainable development, and we take a few components of the sustainable development, right? And that is health, and that is global warming. So eventually, where are the philosophers? We can find connection with anything, with anyone if we want. So you want us always to put something into a meaningful framework. We put, but actually we are scientists. I am highly reductionist person. So I try to really give a specific research question and identify, but then I have to somehow connect it and I become like crazy. So I'm trying to do my best, I'm sorry.
Great.
There is a question.
Yeah, if possible.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
So question is really very short, and you can postpone it to discussion section or to coffee break. But still, are you going to take into account the influence of solar activity to problems of climate change?
Of course.
And if yes, then in what way?
Of course.
Probably some you can comment it somehow.
Not only solar activity. What's wrong? I'm answering the question.
Okay, well, please. Okay, if you...
I can answer. You finished the question, right?
No. And what do you think about research of a guy named Murner, who is strongly against global warming?
He is not the only one, and that's one of the reasons I'm researching it, actually. There is no unity. It's interesting that the only unity is seen like 100% solid unity, that all of this global warming in CO2, almost 100%, is shown among activists and social scientists and humanities. Physicists are divergent on this. It's actually, maybe it's true that there are different models. These models are not independent. They influence each other. You have to keep in mind they have some sort of form phylogenetic tree. So whether you have 50 groups working or 100 or 1,000 groups, they are mutually influencing. Here, fresh outlook coming from outside, from the guy who has no ego to lose in this field, and would be good. And I would also say, you mentioned just sun. I'm going to give a lecture on Monday together with these two gentlemen, where I would tell you more details about this problem, and perhaps if you attend, you will learn it, so I cannot tell you now details of physics. But the whole point is that I just want to tell you a simple analogy. Consensus in science, natural science, means shit. That's what you have to understand. Scientists, natural scientists, never use the word consensus in their work, because as I'm not saying that I'm Einstein, but once Einstein was told that 1,000 German scientists think that you are wrong, he said, you know, if you would have an evidence or an argument, even one would be enough. Okay? So in that sense, I said, okay, that's why I know many examples from HIV. Until '83, everyone would think that AIDS is not caused by virus. After '83, one group showed that, the French group, and everyone changed their views. Until '95, everyone thought that HIV in patients is latent and doesn't replicate. Until '95, single group made publication in Science, David Ho from ADARC, director of ADARC. And everyone confirmed the view. Until '99, everyone would think the effective population size in HIV is 100 or 1,000. In 1999, a single group change turned the field. This time it was me. And so on and so forth. Each time consensus turned over. Each time it turned upside down. It happens all the time. You don't need to be genius. All you have to do is to be competent.
But sorry, I would interrupt in the middle of, if you don't mind, I'll finish.
Okay, right.
No, yeah, I'm trying. Oh, sorry. And regarding IPCC, I believe that scientists have to be skeptical, and we have to separate science and fundraising. There are two different questions, and a group can do science, even being skeptical about global warming. And in horizon, not a year, but probably of 30 or 40 years, people change mind exactly as you explained. And I have a quotation, now not from Bible, but from Stefan Schneider, who worked a lot for global warming. I cannot read it in French. I'm not very good in French. But it states he declared that climate change and danger is, and I hope that you could like this quotation because it's dated 1976, and he thought about global cooling. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Now, I think we actually turn questions into suggestions, recommendations, and comments in general, right? So let's start with Alexei. Oh, so sorry, Barbara. Yeah, Barbara, I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you still have a question?
Very quick question.
Yeah.
Can you prove that you are not hosting here an umbrella project? I see two scientists from the natural science who have some capabilities, lots of experience, and try to find a linkage. One tries to sponsor this, and the other one looks at the social communication. To me, it looks like an umbrella project.
Can
you were asked not to do it. Oh, I appreciate your expertise, but I see umbrella. Sorry.
Can I please ask to show the slide? We have the slide about it. So can you show the slide with a human body, like kind of anatomic display of the human body? Thank you so much. So we didn't explain the slide. So this slide, you thought we showed this to gross you out, right? No, we didn't. We actually have a very specific reason for that. You see, we are like this body. For example, one is organ, is liver, another is lungs, another is intestines, the gut, in other words. So it means that everything has specialized. It works autonomously, but it depends on other organs. One organ is there, and the entire project dies. And this slide on the left shows the ascent of the publications, which, as you can see, include both specialized publications. For example, it would be one of the first publications with the Physical Review E and International Journal of Climatology. Then on the cancer, the choice, of course, if we don't get to Cell or Cancer Cell, we'll try. I'm sure I get to Cell Host Microbe because I had 2 publications in Cell and 1 here. So already, so I can get there. And the next step is, of course, to delivery to outside of academic community. And then the other publications of more general nature in philosophy, in cognitive science, are going to be delivered by Philippe and by Mirko. So in other words, it's like a blood circulation. So you start from one place, then it circulates to others. So we circulate outside from academic community to public and to international organization. It's not an umbrella project. It just, we are not, of course, Philippe or Mirko are not going to tell me how to do physics or how to do cancer, of course. But that's going to be autonomous. But after we achieve the results and we convince peer reviews, which is in itself. And by the way, even in that case, if Mirko will help me with writing discussion and introduction session and this abstract and summary, that's already greatly enhances impact. But then the next step will be theirs.
Yeah.
Research collaboration doesn't mean helping each other, it means co-constructing.
Okay, all right. Alexei.
My style is different. And I work
Yeah, it works now. Okay, thanks. So I will continue my specific questions for Mirko. In your answer to my first question, you talked about your objectives in this collaborative project. You talked about reaffirming the role of expertise, challenging the consensus. Now I'm asking you about your methods. How are you going to work in this project? Are you going to focus on a specific region, let's say how this debate is developing in Siberia, what is the debate on scientific expertise in Siberia, in Russia, is it going to be global, what are you going to do? So what are your methods?
So as a philosopher by formation, I first start by reviewing. So in order to speak about something, you need to know the literature, yes. So you will do a survey review across different studies, journals, which provide evidence for anthropogenic global warming. You will review evidence against it, and then, there are degrees in this, in the middle, of course. There are people who strongly agree, there are people who are very critical against this. Of course, you survey the field, and you understand the field as it emerges. Then you kind of understand. In understanding the field, you can provide a popularization of that for the non-experts, yes. So my idea would be to first look at the global consensus on the scientific community, then look at specific issues in Russia and how these issues about climate change can be brought about in the Russian community. Recently, the Russian government has published a report about climate change that threatens, of course, Russia, but it also provides opportunities for Russia. So when you assess global change, climate change, I think you also need to understand the specific country at which you look at. So if, of course, there is a threat for humanities, a global threat, but for some countries, climate change, like Russia, could be also an opportunity. For instance, to some extent at least, Siberia, for instance, could be developed. Of course, there is the problem with the bushfires in Siberia. So the idea would be just to review the consensus, try to come up with some strategy to try to influence better decision-making that would take into account all this expertise. Because what I see is that you can make it country-specific, but there's no need to do that. There are lots of people in key powers, presidents of countries, that deny the existence of climate change. And therefore, they completely tend to ignore academic agreement on that. So if you can bring out to society these issues, you can inform and foster some climate activism, smart climate activism in society. People could put pressures on politicians to implement new policies that could, I'm not saying save, but contribute to shape policies for the future. So I think the debate, what the philosopher has to do there, the cognitive scientist has to do there, is to try to understand this debate. What are the issues, what are the global consensus or the agreement, what are the controversial challenges, and bring it about to people, so that people can develop in a more informed way this understanding, which can then put pressures on politicians.
Okay.
Or society.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I'm making the last attempt, but now I'm going to insist. So we collect the last round of questions/suggestions/comments, and we give the team a chance to respond to whatever they want to respond. Okay. So who wants to say something? Like Liz, right? Dara, Juliet.
I would like to address Alan. And it was very impressive what you showed, your books and those pictures and descriptions about those cities, what you planned. And in relation to this project, do you have a new book in mind, or what kind of product of you could be expected?
Thank you. Juliet.
Hi. I was wondering if you have heard of the field that is developing called planetary health or One Health, which was initiated by epidemiologists who started saying that to deal with epidemiology, we should also take environmental issues into consideration because they are linked to disease. And also now some climate people have been saying that we should also link environmental issues with health, because that could maybe encourage people to pay more attention to these problems if they realize the impact on their personal lives. And I don't know if you're interested in this and maybe interested in sharing your expertise in different fields to contribute to this field, which is intrinsically interdisciplinary.
All right, and Dara.
Actually, it's regarding medical research, specifically cancer research. I would just urge you and all other groups to keep it real, because University of Tyumen does not have a medical school. There is a medical university, which the University of Tyumen might not be interested in merging with sooner or later, or maybe sometime in the future, maybe never. And you don't know that. And no note of cancer research here has been made over the 5 years of me working with these universities. So I'm not trying to say don't think in those directions, but at least ask questions which will give you the perspective of what is possible and what is not possible here in this. And then SAS does not have a hospital, and it will probably not have a hospital unless Andrea decides to get one for whatever reason, on a whim.
Okay, all right. So, so this was the final question and comment. So please now respond, whoever wants. Yeah, Alan. Yeah, Alan.
Sorry?
Yeah, we will ask Alan to speak. Ayla first, Alan second. All right.
Is it Dara? Can I ask your background? May I?
Yes, Andrea actually introduced me as a higher education researcher, so let's keep it to that.
Maybe it was my fault that I was not able to deliver my intentions into the non-expert audiences, so I apologize. I am totally aware that there is no laboratory here, and that is already a big limitation for me, and that's why it is very, very hard. I am already aware that this landscape is not also highly maybe bright with research, but we are not thinking from that side. We are thinking what is possible, and one possibility under these conditions is actually the one that I am telling, because we will not use any wet lab. We will rely on the available data that are on the digital databases. So we will work in silico, but I am sorry, I couldn't maybe emphasize it. So that is actually the most possible research that we could do here in the limited, very limited opportunities and conditions.
Yes, I would like to add, since it was my idea with the cancer research in the first place, I was in Milan. And I heard from these talks, they have plenty of wealth of data, both on immunology and on genetics of different metastases and how they evolve one after another. They don't have good models, but data are plenty. We don't need patients here.
All right, Alan, please. You want to say something to answer the question?
Well, there was, sorry, is someone else talking?
No.
Not me, okay. So there was a specific question about products, okay? Of course, I will be interested in providing the normal scholarly products in collaboration with the 4 people sitting there. And if they want to make films, to do artwork that goes along with that as part of the idea of public acceptance or changing the mind of Tyumenese, of Siberians, of Russians to climate change and to cancer in the country, then I'm going to investigate methodologies with them to do that. And they've already outlined some of them. But for me, the social product is the key thing that I'm doing this for. And this is going to take more than the 1 year. Okay, governance at the international and national level is always fraught with all sorts of problems, political problems, especially in Russia, and problems of democratic governance, okay? But a lot of other countries have gotten around this by getting the cities involved. They're getting the cities to work with the people to come up with their own climate change plans, to come up with their mitigation and adaptation proposals. So there's 150 cities all around the world who are part of the Cities for Climate Protection program. None in Russia. So let's make Tyumen #1, say, in 5 years' time, or 3 years' time if you give me a 3-year contract, and you give these other 4 people 3 years contract, okay? So that's the main product that I will be looking forward to. All the other artistic, intellectual stuff is not so relevant.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Okay. That's it, right? So nobody wants to add anything from the team. I just don't want to be seen as someone who just doesn't let people talk. All right, so thank you very much. And we have a final team for today. Which is called Interdisciplinary Innovation and Problem-Based Learning. Okay, please, go ahead. Barbara, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm Albert Schramm, and I will present this group. I'm an economic historian originally. For the last 15 years, I've been working mostly as a university administrator, which triggered my interest in higher education studies and teaching. I'll briefly introduce the other members of the team. So David Melby has been here for a while. He's from the media studies area. And Madis Metsis is originally a biologist and has worked, but has worked in other disciplines as well. Together we have about 80 years of working in universities and teaching. So that's quite a lot. I think we are the oldest group in age, but in heart, of course, and mind, we're very young. All right, so the research questions that we presented, let me see, I can barely read it there. You can hopefully read it. We said, we formulated it as follows. So we said, can specific disciplines and their idiosyncratic teaching methods be used to mobilize improved problem-based learning across the higher education classroom environment? And a sub-question, which innovations produce most learning gain? So the little pyramid that you see there, I think you can see it in every Indian university. It's something that we have known for a very long time, that if you teach and you start with the problem and you give feedback and you allow students to teach each other, the gains in terms of learning outcomes are quite enormous. But that is a general statement. We want to find out what different disciplines can learn from each other in terms of best practices in teaching, and how exactly specific interventions have an impact on outcomes. The common ground that we have, very briefly, it's problem-based learning, and it's of course higher education. Now, problem-based learning, for those of you who are not familiar with it, it's been around since the 1970s. It started at McMaster's University. It is used almost universally in medical education, but there are very few universities who use it across the board in all disciplines. One of them is Maastricht University, where I used to work, and the results are very positive, but it turns out that applying it and doing it is a bit more complicated maybe than people expect. So from the outside, I must say that this is an applied project. It's not philosophical in nature or theoretical. We really want to measure things and do experiments. It's feasible because we use our own classroom as a research laboratory. and we'll use the data that we can collect through the learning management system to measure and analyze the progress of students throughout the courses and the activities. And we've already discussed a bit, which methods to use, and of course it's very good to have Mattis on board, who is good at dealing with data and statistics, which for David and me, coming from mixed humanities and social science background, can be a bit challenging. So as team members, luckily enough, we represent social sciences, humanities, and natural sciences. And we have a long teaching experience, as I said. And each of us has, of course, received a form of training in pedagogy at some point in their career. Next one. So what do we want to achieve? What is new about this project? We really want to integrate the different teaching practices in the different from the different disciplines. We want to see if lecturers, professors can teach professors in curriculum development and course delivery. So that means that, for example, in the development of my course, I'll invite David in to see how we can use video production and media in my course, and then together co-create a experiment to measure the effects of that. The other objective is that we really want to see how we can produce a convergence towards a broader term here, student-centered learning. Problem-based learning is kind of on a continuum from moderate, which is the Maastricht methods, where you have the 7 steps, some lectures, textbook, to radical, where you only give problems and no literature. Yeah? So that's different pedagogical approaches. The advantage of calling it PBL is that because it has been around, there are several journals dedicated to problem-based learning research. So we don't have to invent the warm water in Tyumen. We can stand on the shoulders of giants. Next one. Sorry, this slide is a little bit full, but I'll take you through it. So what is new in this project? The integration of teaching traditions from different disciplines, applying media, using teaching technology, and innovative pedagogical approaches. When you look at the PBL literature, you get the impression that it's a little bit tired. It hasn't taken on board the technological advances of the last years, and the use of media is an area that has also not been explored extensively. What would be surprising elements of this project? Well, the first one, we know from similar interventions that the learning gains are enormous. They're not small. If you go from traditional teaching to problem-based learning, you get 2-3 times better outcomes. We want to also experiment with radical teaching innovation that can produce some surprises. Careful use of media. You can use media to communicate. You can use them to analyze problems. We also want students to produce their own media. And then professors teaching each other how to teach is an approach that has been taken by other universities as well. I'm thinking of the University of Huddersfield, for example, and it can be done successfully. So why is this significant? Well, we will not present our whole vision about transformation in the higher education sector, but it's obvious that where all other sectors are being disrupted and are transforming themselves, higher education will also have to do that. So, you know, the sage on the stage, chalk and talk, it's definitely something that the students don't accept anymore. The opportunity, I think, here is to create a small center of excellence in teaching, and then hopefully seduce and attract other academics and improve their teaching effectiveness. It's also very important because universities, after all, have to produce the next generation of leaders of this country. So we do want them to develop these higher level skills. Well, we know that liberal arts education has that potential. That's a promise. But as the way it is delivered in the United States, we also know that the promise is not delivered. And we believe that that is because of a bad implementation. So we know what can work, you know, in theory. But if you consistently and positively use student-centered teaching, problem-based learning, during 2-3 years, you cannot but produce students who can solve problems, think critically, and work in teams. And I have seen that in Maastricht University, but also in other centers. So I know that it can be done. Why us? Well, we have the, as I said earlier, that you know, learning is too important to be left just to educational researchers only. So we want to bring in the expertise from our different fields and really look in detail how we can improve teaching in our fields. So here then I close this part. The last question: what do we need to unlearn? The very short answer is lecturing. But immediately we have a longer answer there that not all lecturing is bad. And maybe an interdisciplinary approach can actually redeem lecturing. So that's something we also want to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, Michiel, and Omid, in this order.
Well, I think I like the idea that you want to revitalize a very interesting phenomenon that started basically end of 1990s, beginning of 2000. But we also should ask ourselves why problem-based learning didn't take off so much, or whether it was really hijacked by the case teaching method. You said US had, okay? But my other question is, there are programs like engineering or science where they have a lot of problems in the lab, and the social science and management don't have the lab. So maybe there's also a different level of needs. So how can we actually unify this and say we really go innovative, we really go radical and use the media in a totally new format by having actually, yeah, I like this request. Bachelor level students think that their digital devices is extension of their body. So they expect us now to have this in the classroom. Did you think about virtual reality, or at least augmented reality, to bring the world and the lab that we don't have into the classroom and look at it together? Okay?
Well, thank you very much. That's quite a lot of questions, but very wonderful. Interesting ones. Yeah, the ones with media and virtual reality, David will answer, and I will answer the one on university-wide problem-based learning and the case study method. Now, university-wide problem-based learning in Maastricht was a condition for the foundation of the university. So it was basically pushed down their throats. And that seems to be the only way it actually works. There is a lot of resistance to change in the higher education sector, as you may well be aware. The other point, and you point towards that direction, it's actually infrastructure. So when you do problem-based learning, you get 1,000 students in, you split them up in groups of 15, you need a lot of little lecture rooms. You don't need big lecture theaters. And Maastricht University was founded in a convent, so there were a lot of cells for monks where you can fit in exactly 14 students. So that was it. Now, now I must immediately say that problem-based learning in master's is applied mostly in undergraduate, not so much in master's level. But if you have done 3 years of problem-based learning, your dynamics in the classroom is different. So the case-based method is dominant in business education. And that is probably because it's very functional in MBA situations where you have students who come from practice, don't want to waste time, they want to have tools that they can apply tomorrow. And problem-based learning can be a little bit too playful and too much ambiguity for them. So frankly, I mean, no university applies PBL in the same way and no lecturer does it in the same way. So you always get mixed forms, and personally I also used, of course, case-based teaching, and I used problem-based learning. The essence for me was that after teaching in Latin America for a long time, I produced revolts amongst students in the Netherlands, and I started to ask, why is that? Yeah? And then in problem-based learning, you learn to let go and step back as a lecturer and let the students drive the dynamics. And that is very powerful when you have students who are stubborn, Wikipedia-wise, and don't realize how ignorant they are. So the problem-based learning people, they say it very nicely, say activate existing knowledge. I say activate existing ignorance. So once they realize that they actually cannot do physics or management or whatever, then you get their interest, but they have to discover that themselves. You cannot insult your students and say, you're a bunch of ignorant people. So that's the power for the method. So I hope that answers your question. And for the media, we let David.
Well, so regardless of the problem-based learning history, which I probably don't know enough about, the contribution that I would make from film and media studies is to have students make films where the problem they have to solve is how to teach a particular concept, regardless of the subject. They have to make a film which illustrates or teaches the topic that isn't simply recording a lecture or filming a book, but actually constructing a visually interesting film and having some, a little bit of ideas given to them in advance. But the way this has to work is that professors have to teach each other a little bit. So every discipline ideally has an idiosyncratic teaching method. And that's something that we're not sure of, but we're assuming to some extent. And I come from a place of convenience with media, but what I, as an example, I'm thinking of how the problem to solve is how to teach a concept using some, an interesting visual medium. And so I think it would be fun for them too, because it's very creative.
Mahil?
Well, thanks for another interesting presentation. Just like in the panels before, I'm taking up the role of the devil again. So having been on a panel in Maastricht for an accreditation for a new program, I know that PBL is alive and thriving, which leads me to the question, am I not actually listening to a faculty development project, which might be really interesting for SAS to fund, but where's the research? We don't need research to have this. There's a lot of material on it. It's a kind of implementation. And however, when Albert just referred to the revolting or stubborn students, now there might be something interesting perhaps to do kind of a local research project. How would this form of non-autocratic teaching sink down in students here in Siberia? Maybe it creates a very different response, and something similar for the teachers, because one of the characteristics of PBL, which I didn't hear anything, is that actually we as senior teachers are going out of business because it's about developing materials that also junior teachers, they have to facilitate these small groups in the monks' cells. So I see a lot of revolution and rebellion, stubbornness that might be nice to investigate, but as of now, I see only a faculty development project.
No, I think then I didn't make myself clear. That is the impact of the research, but the research itself wants to look in detail how interventions in PBL influence the way students move through activities. Now, nowadays we have learning management systems, so we can get sequential data from those and see exactly how many minutes and seconds students spend on each activity. Currently, I'm using PBL selectively, but I'm teaching hybrid courses. So half of my activities are online, the other half is in the classroom. When I was looking for guidance on media, there was nothing. Yeah, so I'm teaching history at the moment. So I kind of made my own method, which is I use a small 10-minute YouTube videos on factual, history to get everybody on the same page. Then in the classroom, I get the Yale lectures who put their whole history program online, and I debate with the imaginary professor on the screen. Sometimes I'm angry at him, and that creates another problem for the students because they see two professors, one from Yale who is supposed to, tell the truth, and then the other professor who doesn't agree. And there's nothing about that. And then what David, but he can explain that better, is using video produced by students actively to communicate and to teach. There is not much about that. So we want to really investigate that systematically. I was lucky because one of the grandfathers of problem-based learning, Wim Gijselaars in Maastricht, had his office in the same corridor, and he confided that problem-based learning is getting a little bit stale. Yeah? So they're looking, and you can see also there is a call out now for a journal special edition on how to revitalize and adapt problem-based learning to the new environment.
Well, only to add that we found a journal already that's calling for publications along these lines, so we already have a deadline that we're dealing with. So I think the research opportunity is palpable.
Okay, so now Daniel and then Artem.
I have a question. In what year do you plan to submit this to this journal on problem-based learning? Because by the time you have the results, the call is going to expire, and other people who have been called to contribute will already contribute. And they are going to come from Maastricht, they are going to come from Aalborg, they are going to come from places that have been doing problem-based learning, that have data sets, that have results that you don't have as of now. And you won't have a year from now, as I understand.
Well, so the journal article, I think, is the end of this year, but that would be based on literature review and our own limited experience, so not an empirical paper with a lot of data. Now, similar to economic experiments, a learning management system can collect a lot of data from a very low number of students. So that is the kind of the way we want to go, and that can start when you start teaching straight away. And so I think it's feasible to publish an empirical paper, let's say after a year for sure.
And what will be the sample size in December from this LMS results?
No, don't think sample size. Think experiments. So in an experiment, an economic experiment, the same subjects made a lot of different decisions during the experiment in a sequential order. So the amount of data you get from one subject is enormous.
Artem, and then I promised Artem.
Just to answer Daniel's question briefly, there's a little bit of experience I could contribute to this article, this hypothetical article, but something that we're interested in doing, which is, it's not exactly on target for what we're talking about because it's my own experience using film within a media class, but it's a media history class, it's a film history class. And usually you would not assign creative projects, and I'm doing it by asking them to use their phones. And also it's a way to make concepts that are actually pretty boring, I think, to today's generation of undergraduates. It's silent cinema, you know, black and white films that they wouldn't normally be interested in, at least not most of them. And so I'm taking aesthetic choices, narrative and stylistic decisions and saying, go and make projects with your cell phones. And you'd be pretty impressed with the students here, what they've come up with. And I really have experienced a sense of reinvigoration, I think, for them in the class and what might otherwise be really tedious. And that's coming from a major that's already automatically attractive to students. And it can still be very tedious to go through 100 years of film history, which really doesn't get that interesting to them until the immediate last 10 or 20 years of filmmaking.
Artyom, and then Omid, and then Krishna.
Thank you. So at least one of you, David, has an experience with the Russian students teaching here at SAS, as far as I understand. And you didn't really comment on this. If you are going to do this in Tyumen, then I assume you would need some background knowledge, some ideas about Russian educational culture, about the experience students get in the high school, which would be either conducive to your problem-based learning, or on the other hand, some aspects may be forbidding for this, or there may be some unexpected obstacles. So I ask you to deliberate on this a little bit.
I'm just giving a short comment on this thing. So I used to be actually a Russian student for 8 years. So because in any teaching, the cultural background is important. I happen to know that. So he's not the only one. So we have a collective knowledge.
Yeah, and well, I've taught many different nationalities and cultures, and as a lecturer, my view is, you know, a student is a student. You have to respect a willing learner. Problem-based learning is very powerful with indigenous students. So people who live an indigenous lifestyle, and I feel excluded. Yeah, my former role was as vice chancellor in Papua New Guinea, so we had more than 150 indigenous cultures on our campus. All our students were indigenous, and they were very reluctant to participate in normal lectures where they were supposed to ask questions. And I found that using problem-based learning, finally, and they actually talked.
What does this have to do with teaching in Tyumen? Do you think there are indigenous Siberian tribes?
I have no idea. No, I just want to tell you that yeah, there are indigenous people almost everywhere, but and we love them dearly. But I just want to say that even with people who feel excluded and tend not to participate in classroom situations for whatever reason, problem-based learning gets them engaged, and getting students interested, as David said, is really the first step for learning.
All right, Omid.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, but I think you have a biologist in your team, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? Okay, so can you explain biology aspects of your study? Because I couldn't find. Biology aspects.
Biology is a discipline that you have to teach, and
So just highlight the biology aspects of this study.
In this study, because you know, the applying problem-based learning to natural sciences is not a trivial thing. It has been done as a part of medical education. And it is a challenge because you cannot go into the classroom and tell the students, okay, now teach each other, botany or zoology, because in natural sciences teaching there are specificities, because navel gazing doesn't help you. So you have to go in, you have to give them the core knowledge, the cornerstones of knowledge, that they have a possibility, and you have to integrate giving these cornerstones into the next step of the problem-based learning. And that's not trivial, and that is a challenge and opportunity. And I see opportunity because working with these two people, one is a specialist in problem-based learning, another in media, because media is looking at a 5-minute video is better than reading 100 pages of a textbook. So, you can, one of my favorite questions to students that they cannot even after master's course answer, what is pH? And believe or not, 80% of students, master students, cannot answer that. So we actually discussed together a possibility how to implement, media, a video, into making this, because if you make a video about what is pH, you will remember that forever. So that's just my answer.
Krishna, Jonathan, and then Alexei.
This is in line with Majid's question. If I understood your talk yesterday right, you have enormous experience in biology, in research particularly, starting from the double helical structure of DNA to the first clone, Dolly. And I think that is your strongest strength. And don't you think that you waste your expertise in this type of project, one? Second, the most effective way of teaching in biology, or particularly in natural science, is the practical education, the lab, wet lab or dry lab. But I think there was no emphasis on that part. So should I think that this model is only for sociology students? Because
so I will start from the beginning.
Okay.
I have published 100 papers.
Yeah,
I have been cited 6,000
one more thing.
times.
Let me finish the question.
Okay.
So many groups before this, I think they lack good biologists, for experienced biologists for their projects. So you would be a better fit to those projects than this.
No, I will just tell. I start from the beginning. I have been teaching for 39 years. I have published over 100 papers. I have been cited 6,000 times, and my age index is, was it 42? Was it like that? So I kind of feel that, I have kind of done in science. So I think that teaching is such a holy grail that, for many years, actually for the last 5 years, I have been mainly committed to teaching, because I think my experience in science and also experience in teaching gives me some kind of a obligation towards students to let them to understand what is happening in the world. And this participating in this teaching project instead of one of these previous projects, I just feel it closer to my mind. Okay. So what was the second question? Oh, about labs, as you know, dissecting frogs today is not acceptable in education in many countries. So we have the digital dissection of frogs. So it's that's what is happening in many places. So it's
modern teaching. I think there is no more dissection. Right? So super oversimplification of.
I just took an example of that. And since there is no lab here in SIS, so we can do virtual labs, and we can do mental experiments in this teaching. So I don't think that I have to start to build a lab here, frankly.
Okay, Jonathan.
Thank you. It's not really a question, it's more of a congratulatory comment. And I want to address it mostly to David. I cannot comment on the biological side. But if there really is no publications or research on using video in that way, then it's absolutely crucial because it's at least in my limited very experience, it produces fantastic results. I've done it only once in a visual anthropology course in which I did that of giving people tools and then they exploring different subjects on their own and finding literature and so on. But I thought, as a suggestion, one of the things you could do is to talk to other people who have done similar things simply, and not just with video. I'm thinking, I mean, in visual anthropology, it's obviously more documentary and so on, but there's been, you know, different classes running with sound, with photography, with theater, which I mentioned in our presentations, and beyond undergrad, there's things like Dance Your PhD competitions. So I wonder, that's just suggestions. I'll pass to a question.
Right, thank you. Alexei.
So, as you may know, not only does Russia have plenty of indigenous peoples, but also Russia has a school of didactics and pedagogical studies that goes decades and decades, if not centuries, back. In particular, just a simple search in Yandex shows that there are at least 5 textbooks of problem-based learning in Russian dating back from the 60s all the way till now. So there's a whole school with probably lots and lots of pedagogical research. You know, there's a network of pedagogical universities throughout the country. So why does this Russian pedagogical community need your expertise? What is the relationship between your specific methods and the ones developed in this Russian school?
We're not trying to say that we are inventing problem-based learning. The idea is pretty simple, actually. It's trying to see, and we don't, again, it's an experiment, but it's trying to see if the disciplines, as they're categorized, each have an idiosyncratic teaching method that is germane to them. Now, that may not be true, but the idea is to explore that possibility. And in that sense, you are creating an interdisciplinary environment if you can use teaching methods, for example, okay, we've used my example already, but and this might sound naive, but to speak to Krishna a bit, a scientist isn't wasted in my mind, because I think it would be interesting for me to ask students to create a hypothesis about what creates immersion in cinema, and to have a very range of aesthetic choices within narrative and style that they can choose from, which is what I teach already. But to have them create a hypothesis before they perform their own experiment, and then we watch the films and we decide. And of course, there's a bit of subjectivity in there. But to me, it's
sorry,
interesting.
may I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the content of problem-based learning. I'm asking you about, and the results that you gain. I'm asking you about your connection with the Russian School of Pedagogy, problem-based learning in that school. I bring some specifics, like what is that connection? Is there a connection?
Well, what I would be trying to say is that it's really an implementation problem, and it's universal. It's not linked to Russia or to anything else. There is excellent teaching in early childhood, in primary, in secondary school, and then at university there is a lack of attention for it. So it's not that we don't know how to do it, but it's not being done. So by researching what the potential impact is of, well, something that is relatively new, the use of different media and the production of different media, we hope to convince university lecturers to innovate and to improve their teaching effectiveness. And one source of inspiration is actually from natural sciences. And if you have time, you can look up Carl Wieman, who is a Nobel Prize in physics, who asked himself the very honest question: how is it that a PhD candidate at Stanford, after doing a master's, still doesn't know how to do physics? Yeah? Which is kind of astounding, because you would think, well, he knows how to do physics. But that was because he was not taught starting with the problem first, and never got to getting quick feedback. and never taught other students. So he is very passionate about it, and he did a lot of very systematic, really hard science kind of research on physics education. And his finding is that the outcomes are not marginal, but are, significant 3-4 times better in scientific, problem-first kind of teaching than in traditional teaching.
Yeah, if I may intervene here, I mean, I would agree with Albert that really Russian studies and tradition really concentrates on school, primary school. Really, there is little about university, but not so in the world, right? Worldwide, and then kind of following up on Daniel's question. So if you continue with this project, it would be great if you show us some kind of map of this discipline and explain why is it that this important question about discipline specificity in problem-based learning hasn't been addressed, if it really hasn't been addressed by all these universities who have been doing this research for decades. And if there is a kind of, if we believe you that there is really a hole here, then it will make sense that you can actually feel it. But then we need an explanation, because it's obvious that different disciplines probably have different methods. Why didn't people do research in that? Although we had the whole institutions working on that model, and they had all the incentives, and they had the journals, as you mentioned, et cetera, et cetera.
I'll hand that to you, but I first want to thank our moderator, because Dara told us to do this. Thank you, Dara.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Irina and Dora helped us to keep on track, and that was not easy for them, but they did a great job. It's a very valid question. I have a little map. There's only 9 PBL universities in the world. Why? And yeah, it's not as easy as it sounds. That is, I think, one of the short answers. As I said, there is infrastructure issues, but there's also support issues. What Maastricht is struggling with is these tutors. So you have to train the tutors well. They are students or honor students. They come and go. So there are a lot of fine details. There are issues with assessment. It's not easy to implement, but as I said, it's an implementation problem. It's not, we know what works.
I was not asking about implementation. I was asking about research, right? I mean, since you're not just a faculty training kind of program, a project that is supposed to get some knowledge, my question is why this research hasn't been done? Well, because it sounds counterintuitive, right?
No, but possibly because there is not a real theory of how media are used. And then in the learning management systems, you really need to patiently, use different type of media and student-produced media including, and then measure progress. And that is not trivial, because these are not normal statistical data in social sciences. These are sequential data. So they look like, DNA structure data. So it's hard. And we're therefore happy to have Mattis on board as a biologist, so his talent won't be wasted to analyze these data.
I just wanted to tell why the university level PBL is so hard. There are several. First is that the professors are taken away their status as gods. That's that's a very painful situation, if you feel like a god, and one day, students do not feel like anymore that you are like God. And the second thing is that, there are 2 professions in the world of very conservative people. The first are the university teachers, because they learn their teaching mostly from their teachers. And the second, of course, are medical doctors, because they learn the medicine from their supervisor. So this is a problem of both university education and actually medicine also. Because, in medical schools, the situation has changed thanks to PBL. So I think it's this storm should move on to generally to university education.
Okay, the last round of questions and comments. Liz, who else?
It is
I want to
perhaps just a suggestion that in ecology, the scientific teaching method is more or less widely applied in the US, and it is based on the assessment of the effectivity of the method. So it could be a research program to design as a scientific research the assessment of the result and compare it to other.
Thank you, Liz. We'll have a look at that, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And so for today we will be back, for those who are watching our translation, we will be back tomorrow at the same time. It's 3 p.m. Tyumen time, which means 1 p.m. Moscow time. And okay, so till tomorrow. So we stopped the translation.